Just checking to make sure you're not asleep, gang. You're good.
And this weekend,
Alright, see you in a bit.
Test.
I get to be
Hello?
oh,
You're good,
hi.
Jacob.
Hello there.
Jacob.
Hi.
This-
I had to turn my mic off and on. I unmuted and I was like, well, I guess I just can't do it today. Pre-session. Huh. Long time no see.
Huh?
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen
This weekend, I have to be surrounded by a bunch of conservative family members, and I'm not excited for it because I know they're all going to be talking about the election, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Thanksgiving.
Not Thanksgiving.
It's
a
like
chili
in time for
cook-off.
Thanksgiving.
It's a chili cook-off. So it's a bunch of people who are cooking off against each other. So there's already bad vibes because they're like, my chili's better than your chili. But then it's like also political because everybody's gonna be talking about it. It's just that and chili.
And chili.
That's gonna be great to hear.
And then we'll have a baby shower.
Wait, hold on.
Saturday.
Oh, okay. I was like, it's a chili cook-off and a baby shower? That's crazy.
No, different days.
This is
But
screaming
mostly
South
the
Park
same
energy.
family.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly
Whoever-
the same family members, and I have to deal with both of it, and I have to bake cookies tomorrow after work, but then I also have to go to some stupid acapella thing because Bestie Emily must have me there. I'm tripping out.
Crash out.
Crash out.
Anyways,
Certified crash out.
I'm sorry about your upcoming depression, but we can put that to the side today, right? Is that something we're gonna think about forever?
Right. Okay, guys, I'm walking in. I'm so happy. I love the B.
Can we focus on the
Yay!
important
I love it
things?
here. I'm so happy.
The important things like, hey. Yeah,
Hey.
I didn't have anything to say.
I was happy. I was excited. I was ready for it. I was gonna riff. I don't know
have
if
guitar?
I do. But that's not important. That's not my personality. That I have a. Oh, sorry. Where's Nim?
He's on the way. You're fine.
Okay, I can start. Or do we wait? Like, are we like a minute, or are we a couple minutes?
Sure.
We can. Oh, okay.
like
I was gonna say we should wait
doesn't matter.
because we're at like the
Let's
blue
do
guy
sometime.
and it's like Nim's thing.
Well,
Yeah.
We are
Oh, that's
also
true.
He did
Well,
run
Let's
off.
wait.
Yeah.
I also
I
I
think we should wait.
also thinking that I wanted to start with something else that was revolving around two other characters eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
So.
like
We should wait.
I
I want
wanna
Nim to.
miss
I want
it.
Nim to
I want-
experience it.
Okay, we'll wait
He's
for a
gonna be like
moment.
Jonesing like right out of context. He's gonna be so confused.
He's gonna be like,
gonna
"What happened?
It's
What happened?"
fine,
Oh,
guys.
no.
In the meantime,
Oh, your inspirations, by the way. Remember, you have a reroll, but it's not for you. It's for me. So you basically tell me to reroll, knowing the result of something I have rolled. I'll try my best to keep that up to date
Oh, there
for
he
you
is.
guys.
if he gets any nat ones, guys, I got you, and I'll make Jacob reroll it.
Aw, thanks, bro.
You're welcome.
What a homie.
Shalom.
Music's a little loud.
Shalom.
All right, music.
My music's a little loud. But welcome, Nim.
Hi.
Hi. I'm happy you're here. So,
Nim, do you want to know how many how many clips I have? I'm sorry. I have 26.
Wow. Did you send them to Joe?
No, I still have to
Yo,
edit
mama.
them.
Oh, jeez.
I still have to edit 26 clips. I want a nugget. If we hang out, when we hang out,
What?
when we all get together and hang out, I want an
Nugget.
actual nugget. You
You
will be handing me a physical nugget,
You don't have to edit them.
and I will be content. No, I'm editing them.
Why?
Because I'm a perfectionist, Nimbus.
You can just
I'm a
send them to-
perfectionist.
Why would you edit them if you
I
have
thought
to
I
send them
had
to
to.
the editor? I mean,
No, because
Oh.
it's like the how it clips. It's like you have to pick the spot. You have to pick the spot where it clips.
certified friend energy for sure.
I appreciate that.
Well, let's appreciate more things about ourselves as we continue our funny 20-sided dice game.
Yes, D&D game. Aha.
Ah, and then we're actually going to begin the session with returning back to here, and we're gonna kind of flash a moment. As everything kind of occurs in a rapid pace and centralize itself, we're gonna send the ripple effect across the screen for the audience as we take you back to a memory. We're gonna come to a time of Father Cruz and Mimosa. Before meeting the 4 other adventurers in your group, you two spent a long time together. Within the town of Solaria, the outskirts, wherever you wish to be, where do we find Father Cruz and Mimosa spending their majority of their time before the events of what would be this game?
I don't know. You pick.
I pick.
Probably.
No, Mimosa pick.
Oh, that they'd probably be like camping out a lot, like between places or whatever, because they're like walking everywhere.
Let's put you somewhere in the distance between Solaria and Halavar. A road between. Many of trips between the different cities and gathering of things and meeting with many different religions. A couple nights travel, different towns along the way. But always the stops between were the most interesting between the two, because a lot of the times the nights were quiet, or maybe you encountered some interesting faces along the way. But we have a crackling fire that spits between the two of you. You both like preparing your encampments, ready to kind of take your moments watches or do whatever you need to do for the night. It's a nice darkened path that you guys rest upon, and the day grows to night as the fire starts to crack more, and your rest starts to become a distance away as both of you share some time together by this crackling fire.
Almost just gonna be poking at it with a stick.
So, make any new friends lately?
No.
Well, you gotta talk to people, Mimosa.
I don't really want to.
But didn't you have that one friend that you were really close with? Well, what about him?
He got mad at me and he left.
Well, did you talk to him?
No, I don't know where he is.
You haven't tried to send a letter?
No.
Why?
Because he's probably better off now.
Why would he be better off without you?
Well, why wouldn't he be?
That doesn't answer my question.
I'll just drag him down. I don't.
Mimosa, you think you drag everyone down, but you've never done that. Give me one example.
You have to be extra careful every night or I might go off and kill somebody? Is
That's
that
not-
example enough for you?
That's not you
It's
dragging me
still a
down,
problem created from me.
but it's not you.
He's gonna shake his head and continue poking at the fire.
I don't know why you blame yourself for that, and whenever you finally decide what you want to do with it, you'll be alone. You know, and I don't want you to be alone. You might not be around forever, and you gotta learn to talk to people, Mimosa.
I don't want to.
Well, what would you do if I wasn't here?
Most just be to stop poking at the fire. And he's gonna stare into it for a while. He's gonna answer the question with silence.
I don't know why you don't like to talk to me. Is it something that I did? It's just not
No.
okay with me.
I just don't like talking about it at all.
You feel worse lately at night? Has it gotten worse?
It always gets worse.
I don't know what we're going to do.
Mimosa, the thought of the past haunts you. And Father Cruz, the thought of the future haunts you. You both place your eyes kind of towards one another, and it's hard to keep an eye contact with people who are just focusing on the things beyond now. Mimosa, you scratch your head and neck. It's almost as if it's easier to forget it. And Father Cruz, you've known so many people in your life, but not a single one of them has ever been as Mimosa has been to you. Someone who is scared more than they are happy. A final crackling of the fire as Mimosa, you keep poking your stick at it. Goes colder as the wind kind of blows a little bit. The fire blows for a second, and you guys see the tinder of the flame disappear. And Mimosa, in a panic, you grab your light and torch that you have, and you just kind of like hold up one of the stick that's kind of on fire very close to you. Father Cruz.
Mimosa's gonna use his fire breath on the fire.
Yeah, you like breathe onto it, just it's like it's toasting it to keep the light. Father Cruz, you take notice of this.
This is when we're on our way to
You've always carried a torch on you.
Oracle, right?
You guys are on the way to Halavar.
Halavar. Oh.
This is just between your time.
Did I ever tell you, Mimosa, how I was from Halavar?
Occasionally.
Well, Chris will give him like a look.
Well, I don't remember every detail.
I grew up with my mom, my dad, my brother. And me and my brother, closest kids. But when we grew up, we drifted apart. And I haven't seen him in a long, long time. And I don't want that to happen with us. I don't want to make the wrong choice and you think you can't depend on me. I'm your dad. You can rely on me for anything, even if you don't know it. And it's okay if you don't want to talk to me. I didn't talk to my old man about anything either, but I don't want to repeat the same mistakes that I did when I was a kid.
Mimosa,
all I wanted to do.
make a survivor check.
A what? Survival?
Survival check. Yeah.
Guidance.
You can use your, and this is 100% Father Cruz's guidance as well on top of that, as he's speaking to
Okay.
you.
Oof. 13.
13. With a extra hand from Father Cruz, you kind of see the flame of the stick, the torch that you lit, dwindling away as the wind kind of blows. Naturally, Mimosa, you put the torch to the fire to try to light it once more, and you see that it starts to flicker out. A kind of a hand grabs onto like another stick and puts it also into the fire, and you see like Father Cruz like digging a little ditch kind of to the side to block some of the wind. And as soon as that happens, the oxygen just picks back up and the flame catches again. You both have a fire once again.
want to be Mimosa?
I just want to be normal.
And what's normal to you?
Anything but this. Anything but what I am.
Well, to me, you're my son. I promise we'll figure this out together, even if it takes my lifetime.
Mama's just gonna sit there and sigh. Head drooping, staring at the ground.
What, you don't like my old man jokes? They're not hip enough for you?
Maybe like 100 years ago.
Well, 100 years ago, I was still a spring chicken.
Maybe 200 years ago.
That hurts, Mimosa. I could be your grandpa's grandpa.
You could be my grandpa's grandpa's grandpa.
Maybe I knew your grandpa's grandpa's grandpa.
Maybe.
You guys kind of look up. The forest leaves kind of crackle and like break the sky a minute as the wind subsides and the wind dies a bit down. The night is cloudy and no rain is overhead as you guys are kind of within a phase of just kind of in between, beyond the triple eclipse, beyond the twilight, just kind of just waiting. And there's a moment of fade as you feel kind of like the nights end, both of you approaching your restlessness and your eventual the heaviness in your eyes eventually catches to you both.
You can sleep first.
Okay.
See you in the morning, Mosey.
Okay.
And we return back to the scene. Immediately, Ymir, what was that sound you made whenever the door opened and you heard your name? What was that? What was that sound that kind of whelped from the moment whenever the door opened?
I think it was oh shit. I'm not really sure.
There was some like higher.
Screamed.
There was a higher pitched squeal of some kind of like ee, like leaving the area, but like it's okay. As you turn tail and you just start booking it, you're dashing on the sand in the opposite direction. Mimosa, you see Ymir just turn tail and run.
Mimosa's just gonna watch. She's not even gonna like attempt to like.
Ymir gets
run
pretty
after him.
far. We're talking like 100 feet. No one has followed you yet, Ymir, but that's fine. You just keep running.
Should I go after him?
Someone needs to go after him, please. I don't know why. Like he's going.
Okay, I'll go. Mimosa's gonna start jogging.
Yeah, just a quick jog. Mimosa, you're actually catching up to me very quickly. I don't know if Ymir phosphors themselves, but
No, he's
Mimosa is
ready.
a full charger. Like you're talking about like someone who runs in the sand like for their morning breakfast. You know, like this is someone who's using the dunes to their advantage. And eventually, eventually you two catch in the strength problem. Immediately, you're like your thighs right now, Ymir. You have never ever done a squat before. Like they're not like going up sand though, and you've never felt your calves dig until reaching up to the top of a dune, and then you just see that you're only about 100 feet away. You haven't gotten very far.
Ymir falls to his knees as Mimosa comes up. He's like,
You good there?
No, yes, I'm fine.
As you two are
Why?
separated for the moment, at the front door, I believe it was Father Cruz and Cornelian, right?
Cruz will like extend a hand.
A watery
Cruz.
Genasi's hand kind of reaches out and grabs yours. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, it's pretty good. I'll have a delivery for you.
Yeah, you definitely did. Smile. That's funny. Yeah, come, bring it in. Yeah, that's from Marin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He usually sends me some things. He's a good friend. Yeah. You guys are welcome inside for a drink. I know it's been a long travel.
Nah, it's fine. We should.
He kind of like looks over at Ymir for a second. It's like, that's Ymir, right? His name's Ymir.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
Okay. What's your story with Ymir?
Oh, he's a sweet kid. Let me tell you. I have many stories about him. But beside the point, I don't know why he's running because he thinks of something. But you tell him I'm not bothering about it, and he can come inside. I have many, many things that have passed since he's been gone. I'm not a sand rat anymore, if that's what he asks. All right.
Okay.
But you're all willing to have a drink. I have plenty of water, obviously. Like kind of shows like his like hands and like water that like kind of like flows from his fingertips. And he's like, if you guys need something, your Imodrome can rest. I got space in the house. It's fine.
What? Speaking of the Imodrome, do I leave it here? Or do I take it back?
You can take it back. I can't take care of it forever. It's also not mine.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I mean, I could bring it back too. I mean, that's also fine. Look.
Which do you prefer? I'd probably actually just bring it back.
You know, maybe it's the best.
Yeah.
But welcome, all of you. Are you the new posse?
What do you mean?
I'm assuming that Ymir kind of gathered you all together to do something, you know, or no? That's not what this is. No.
I run Solarium.
Oh, that's right. You're he snaps his fingers a couple times. Father Cruz. Yeah. I was meaning to meet you, but you're out. I only came in a couple phases ago.
Well, nice to meet you now.
It is a pleasure. I've heard a lot about you and your town, and it's been a good lay low spot for me, for sure. Back to Mimosa and Ymir, you see that they're all kind of having conversation away from you guys, out of your perceptive range of hearing. What are you two doing?
I was muted. Mimosa could put his hands on his hips, just like looking down on Ymir. Are you gonna keep on running?
They're gonna. It's the whole thing. If he catches me, they're gonna find me, and then he's gonna smash my bones to bits, crush them, tear my fingers off. It's going to be crazy. I don't even want to do any of that.
What do you think he would have been chasing after you?
Ymir looks back, notices that he's not being chased after.
Walter looks like can still see you. As soon as you like turn the head from 100 feet away, he just puts a hand up.
Oh.
It looks okay, like nice or whatever.
Okay, can I stand behind you the entire time though?
Yeah. Are you good though? You look like tired.
Remember when I said that there is a group of people looking for me?
Uh-huh.
He's a part of that group of people, I believe.
Oh. That's funny.
But
You
I
were
don't
just
know why
talking
he's
about
trying
that.
to be nice. I know, it's crazy. Coincidence is insane. I'm scared. I'm scared for my life.
You both start to approach slowly back. The conversation still continues as you guys approach and can like butt in at any moment, but he kind of like opens his doors like, I mean, you don't have to stay. It's an old bard's home, you know, but that's kind of just a nature. You always invite your guests.
Ymir's hiding behind Mimosa.
Of course we'll come in.
Thank you.
Sorry,
thank you.
Did you say bard?
Oh, back in my time when this one was actually scared of me, I did a little, you know, vocalizations and playing, and it was great. My voice is gone shot forever.
What did you play?
A lyre. It was a really, it's a beautiful piece. I can show you it if you like. It's a wonderful, wonderful
please.
instrument. Oh, it's gonna be a pleasure. Yeah,
I play too.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Come on in here. He like kind of like invites you all into the home. The door kind of opens up to anybody who wants to enter. Ymir, you're kind of
Moses
standing
gonna look
there.
at Ymir.
It just
What
runs
time
in.
of
Mm,
what time of day is it?
Man,
It's like
Mellow.
it's not midday. It's
mm.
like kind of getting close to like a 4, 5 o'clock. What would be normal time? The sun is not set. It's just kind of like you guys could spend maybe like an hour and two or something here and like make it back before the end of the day, like for sure.
Connor's kind of just gonna shake his head and be like, I really just want to get this thing back. So
Ymir's gonna point at him. Are you like planning on sneak attack killing me? Are you
Ymir,
gonna
get
tell them?
inside.
Okay.
Come on. When have I not
Ymir
guarded you
walks-
before?
Ymir's gonna, as he like walks past, he'll like stop, turn him, and then give him a big hug.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're a hugger. Okay, come on. It's just pat you on the back. Well,
Can we
he's
stay for a bit, guys?
how long?
I don't know.
not too long. I sleep early.
I think it'd be rude to decline his offer.
I think it's good to make friends, so let's stick around for a little bit at least. It is rude to, just dip.
Is it?
It can be, especially if someone is offering their hospitality.
She knows what to talk about. That's what I'm gonna like you. And just like kind of looks over at the rest, Carnelian, who's kind of you have this like position of like eye contact, kind of looking at this guy and like kind of eyeing him down. Make an insight check.
Yeah.
Just your natural state of like kind of like gauging people, anyways.
not 20, 24.
Not 20 with a 24. You are for certain that the person is not lying. However, there is kind of a recognition of like the face of Ymir, and there's also kind of like an inspection happening at a certain point as well from this person as he's hugging. He's kind of like he's not just hugging, he's also kind of looking at what Ymir has on them. They're being honest though when they say that they're not like hunting them or like going to be after them, and also that they're welcoming you in. There's no trickery, but you do notice this other little glint.
Okay. Well, you guys can go in. I'm gonna stay outside and watch this creature. So
You can leave him, I mean, but you do what you want to do. I'm not your dad.
yep.
Come on, and kind of like offers a hand in. For the sake of purposes of perception, Cornelian, you can hear the conversation. Otherwise, as far as like what's going on inside, your visual perceptions won't be able to be seeing anything that's going on. But
I'm okay with that.
yeah, you can hear everything, so I'm gonna still include you into like if you want to speak into the conversation. The rest of you, everybody enters except for Cornelian, or does anybody else stay outside?
Velu was technically still at the cart because
Who's just
it was
calling for him?
Velu and Mimosa. Velu was just reading. You were, huh?
Like, yeah, you didn't respond. That's why I added you.
Oh, I didn't hear that. My bad. So I would assume Velu would have entered the house too.
Okay. The door kind of opens for all of you who enter.
We'll
Door doesn't-
also enter because it feels bad for not entering.
Guilt. That brings Mimosa in. The door remains a little bit ajar as he keeps it open. It just kind of like leans in, kind of looks at Cornelian one more time, and just shrugs his shoulders and just leaves the door kind of like half open, not to like let all the heat in. And you see inside, like there's a marvelous like demonstration of like very ornate furniture, reds and different greens that kind of ordain the walls. Very different from the outside perspective. This raggedy old like abandoned water wheel. You see like very nice furniture, a bed that's kind of in the same room. It's just like a home for just one person, but there's definitely enough space for like people to be sitting around. There's not like a lot of chairs, but there's like literally just the end of his bed, and then there's a desk, and then there's like some other like there's a seat, a stool, like a magician's stool where he plays at. Idris walking inside, you see mounted on the wall, you see a magical lyre that's just on the wall. You can tell it's magical because it's just shining brilliantly.
I am assuming this is your lyre.
Oh yeah, that's I hung him up whenever I finished up with everyone, and
Oh,
I barely play now, and it's
why?
a real shame.
It's a beautiful
Without the
instrument, and
voice, it just feels wrong.
Hmm.
It's hard.
Oh,
Anyways,
but I'm
uh,
sure you can make the instrument sing.
we'll see. He just
Mm.
kind of smiles, looks at the rest of you. Well, welcome in. I'm Walter Gate. You can probably make yourselves at home. There's plenty of places to sit or stand. Water, of course, in the tube and barrel over here, and then also you can also grab yourself a smoke. I have a lot of lot, some of the it's a bad habit, but some people like it.
Alcohol?
Yeah, there's some somewhere. I think it's actually in the supplies you brought me. Like he walks
Oh,
over to like some of the sacks that have been dropped into the house. He's like, "Yep." He like, pulls out like one of the bottles that you drink, Velu, and he's like, "Good taste, right there."
I'll just take water then.
Sure. Sharing a drink's
Yes,
important nowadays. It's hard to get that.
Velu side eyes.
That's up to you. It's more for me. Just kind of like doesn't pour himself like any. He just puts it to the side and just kind of sits back down and just kind of like scratches his head and just keeps eye contact with Ymir for a second, noticing the bandana on you. You can see he's like eyeing you a little bit, Ymir.
Ymir's looking around his house.
Lots of interesting things. You see you see his staff that's been put to the side that he's always had. You see the dagger that he always kind of kept on him, like the short sword dagger, placed ornately on the wall, like hung up. Cloak hung up. Like a lot of his like gear that he used to have is like draped like trophies on the wall.
So you're not with the Sand Rats anymore?
Ever since I lost this thing, he points at his throat. They didn't want anything to do with me. The broker just he just kind of said, "Do what you want," and I didn't realize that he was just gonna kick us out like that. I mean, the drained lands aren't as great to be in when you aren't able to control. But little did he know, I don't need my voice to do my stuff. But saw it as a weakness, and you know how that could be.
I know.
And poor Brooke, ugh, man.
He kicked all of you out?
No. Just I've been out for a while. I don't know what's going on with that. I know Brooke's still there, and I definitely know. I think Autumn. Yeah, they're still there. Jenna, and then I actually haven't heard from Fuse. Fuse kind of went off on the rails a bit, and haven't heard.
After
Yeah, and
I'm so sorry about that.
Look, I don't know what happened in there. We ran in and tried to do our best after you ran out, but again, covering for you is a hard, daunting task. But after some years, it took some time to realize that trust is hard to come by, and maybe that was just a failure of myself or maybe some of the rest of us. And you got yours. Hopefully, you made it big on whatever you got in there, because Fuse was distraught.
Ymir puts his head down and just stares at the floor.
Ain't no need to be sad about it. You obviously have made new friends. It's not like it's hard to come by being so charismatic as yourself. And then you also have this one pointing at Idris. It's like, you already replaced me.
Oh, stop. I'm sure you're super nice too.
It's been a pleasure, of course. I mean, this kid. Let me tell you what, he came in. Oh, when Fuse brought him, oh, we were all. Well, are you sure you want to bring him in? And he made himself. He's a little handsy little kid there.
While Walter's talking, Idris is gonna kind of eyeball Ymir, and she's gonna go, "Who is Fuse?"
Ymir isn't looking at any. He's still looking at the floor. You can actually see sweat, and his eyes are wide, and he's fiddling with his fingers. And it's like a sense of. You could get a sense of like regret, disappointment, and guilt.
Yeah, no insights needed. Ymir is very clear to the emotions on their face, and Walter's not breaking in this conversation at all. Definitely keeping a voice to the ambience of the room. And he looks over at Father Cruz and he's like, "I have been outside the city for a while, and I haven't felt ready to come in. It didn't feel right to barge in and just make myself at home with my history. So I hope that's okay. I didn't mean to offend anybody if that's what they think of me."
Oh, no, we just wanted to know why a friendly face hadn't come around, but come in when you're ready.
Hmm. I mean, I'm definitely a friendly face, but it might take some time to. I'm hoping that this right here, he kind of like, again, grabs onto his throat. He's like, "I hope it comes back sooner than later. It was a freak accident."
Comes back. How
Yeah,
did you lose?
it was. My voice has been. This is not what I sound like typically. I have a very different voice, as Ymir remembers, but it's been two cycles since then, and still nothing has been able to get me right. No amount of water.
Could I be
Yep.
able to lay on hands him?
Potentially.
Make a check?
No check. You just lay on hands. You're just gonna drop some hit points into him, and also try to cure any diseases, right?
Yeah.
While you're doing so, you can also make a medicine check with advantage. I'll allow, because you're kind of using magic to kind of get there in that direction. 20. As you kind of touch onto the hand, and you touch onto, I'm guessing you like touch his like leg, like you just go up and like offer a hand or something.
Yeah.
He kind of like looks at you, like his eyebrow raises and just grabs onto your hand, and as the lay on hands goes, you see like the transfer of energy from the fingertips all the way to the elbow, to the shoulder, and to where the injury you perceive is this disease, whatever this might be. You get the sense that this is not a disease by nature, but an injury or some type of broken or fracture. You get the feeling that this is something like not inflammatory, but also potentially like something's fragmented. A little bit more than just a disease that's holding him back. But you do learn this. But you don't find, and he's like, "That was nice. What was that?"
No, just checking. It's quite a nasty.
Really numbed it
injury you
down
have.
though. That was really nice. Feels like I could swallow a whale.
Mr. Gate,
Yeah, Ymir, what's up?
may I ask what happened to your throat?
Yeah, it's not that funny, but after after you went, I mean, the next objective was to go to a different one, to go grab a different what are they called? It's been a minute.
The genie.
Yeah, we were gonna go grab you know, the air one, because that one was still like theoretically in the place it belonged, but before we had the opportunity, Fuse had left, and that was kind of our game plan, was to send Fuse in to go and catch it while we were taking the kind of the outside. And when Fuse left, we were very confused and didn't have a plan or strategy. So the broker sent us to go get after Fuse. We tried to go get her, but things didn't turn out well. They seemed bent on taking control of it and not, letting anybody else get in the way. A lot of falling out happened, and there's some fights and words said. A lot of words from me, and she, well, he, sorry. She hurt some of us, Ymir. Some of us got really injured. Fuse is real strong,
Ymir's, he, while fiddling with his fingers, he like clutches his hands together heavily and makes his blue skin go purple for a little bit. And then he lets go. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's fine. I mean, but most of us made it out okay. Brooke was fine. She tanked all of that, and um, Jenna and Autumn, they were probably the most heartbroken of them because they couldn't say anything. I said a lot. Ymir, and maybe that was what I did wrong. But either way, that's the past, and like I mentioned, the broker doesn't have a use for someone with lacking. So he dumped me out, and here I ended up. So funny, small world. Well, yeah. And I don't have any intention of calling out wherever you are, because, like I said, people with the hands of that kind of knowledge should keep together, and I don't think we should be, giving any ideas till Firehead.
This is all my fault. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, probably, but what can you do, right? That's life. He kind of like looks over at Velu, who's entered, and like looks at them, kind of looks around at like Idris and most all of you guys who may be listening. He's like, a little sappy talk. I apologize. Again, appreciate you guys delivering the stuff for me, but my days of bardic times are done. I'm not going to be adventuring again anytime soon. Not until I either get enough to go over to Oracle and figure out what to do about this, or go to Halavar for some proper, spent time, I suppose.
Ymir's gonna get up and he's gonna take out 100 gold, put it on the table, and then leave.
Ymir, hold on. It's not like that. Sit your ass down.
He's already leaving.
Ymir.
Someone wants to go there, grab him.
Let him go. Let him go.
Is there a window in the house?
There's a couple windows, yeah.
Melissa's gonna keep on glancing at the window to see if Ymir would be running off again.
Ymir goes to the cart. He walks past Carnelian.
Yeah, both
and
your
Carnelian will be at the cart.
Yeah. Carnelian, you can hear the conversations that pass, but you see Ymir kind of walks a little sullenly back to the cart.
Well, Walter, it was nice to meet you. Hope to see you around town sometime.
Yeah. What's your name? Points over to Idris.
It's Idris of the Golden Skies. Idris, if you will.
College kid, what do you do?
College of Glamour.
I like that. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun to be a little but have you earned your titles yet or anything like that? Your accolades?
Nothing yet.
No names.
As far as I'm aware, no, nothing yet. I keep
I've been
knocking on wood there.
as you keep going in life, you earn your titles. Like the water weirdo was my first one. Isn't that funny?
What a weirdo!
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Or the elemental entertainer. No, make a history check. He's like trying to see if he can get his name a little bit.
14.
14. Elemental entertainer rings a bell. You've definitely heard it from maybe a passing song or something like that you've learned from your mentors, but it's almost like listening to like 20s crooner music. So it's it's not your style.
It's kind of old.
What do you say? What do you mean old?
It's just a little dated. It's
what?
no.
You think your music's better than my music? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it's not in the now. It's more like if you go to an older crowd and you sing your songs, it resonates more. But with the younger crowd, Those
You s-
inspirations
Do you see that
from
there's like
your
a?
song.
Do you see there's a look of eyebrows and like a little bit of offense almost, but also like a like, how dare you? It's like a, how could you say that in my house? And then like he kind of like stands up for a second. And he kind of like walks over to his lyre on the wall. He's like, "All right, you like games?
I
Ym-
love games.
Ymir loves games, so I got a game for you.
Okay.
I'll let you have this lyre, but
What's the catch?
you got to pass some of my bardic tests. Some things are my college. Some of
Ugh.
my stuff. You can do that.
Alright.
This lyre is yours.
I'm game.
However, if you can't, I get to name your first title. And that's going to be something you carry with you for a long time.
Well, if you're willing to give me a title, I think it'd be a great honor regardless.
If you have some time. It won't take very long, maybe like 30 minutes.
She kind of glances outside.
What's the matter?
They can wait. So,
Alright.
what can I do?
He picks up the lyre off the wall. We're gonna need some space for this. Meet me out, maybe outside. And the rest, he
Sure.
looks at all the rest. He's like, "You're gonna want to see this. This is gonna be fun." And he just kind of like gets up. You guys are inside of his house still, and you see him kind of get up and like kind of an excitement about him. Like he grabs his cane off the wall and he like starts walking with it outside the door. He has his lyre in his other hand. You guys have kind of like the house to yourselves while you're out of the sun and shade, but he does invite you to go watch if you want to.
Valu's seen Ymir leave. He's going to take the bottle that he put down, the the wall, and he's gonna take the bottle and he's gonna walk to the cart with the bottle.
Yeah, you just
Hey,
walk
Ymir.
with the bottle.
You
And
see this?
Yeah, you see it. It's not cool.
Belu,
Billy's already at the door.
just gonna walk after him.
Yeah, you walk after Mimosa. You're kind of inside, kind of looking out the window at Ymir, who's walked to the cart. He's walked in a different direction. There was scatter. There's interesting stuff in here for sure.
Mimosa will just stand there alone for a moment, just kind of blinking before like actually finally going outside himself.
Yeah, you go outside. You see that Idris, you're kind of walking in a ways with Walter for a moment. He's like taking his time. It's like, damn, Sandy, never get used to it, huh? He just keeps walking.
Let me know if I can help you.
I'm fine. I'm spry. I ain't
I
like,
believe
the youngins.
it.
And he just keeps walking. The rest of you, is there anything you guys wish to do? You guys kind of walk either by the cart or you follow along with whatever they're doing.
I'm just on the cart ready to go again.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
just
watch.
chilling.
Valu's gonna interact with Ymir.
You see him just sitting there, still staring at the floor of the cart.
He's kind of gonna. Valu's gonna poke on your arm. Are you good?
No.
Alcohol? You would hold the bottle up to his face.
No, it's fine. That's not the good. Like I said,
I'll do
No.
one for you. And Bella's gonna
A
take
swig.
a shot. A swig.
One swig.
Whatever. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Ymir's gonna take out his hand to take the alcohol, and he'll take a big swig.
Yeah, big swig.
Hey, Velu
It's good
was
stuff.
trying to like try to stop you from taking a
I
big
can
swig.
hold my liquor better than you.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
Actually, no. This is not the time. No.
I'm pretty sure Ymir has won all the drinking
I'm
contests.
pretty sure, like historically, probably there's like a flashback montage of Ymir like slamming drinks on the wall and Bella just being like laid out.
Ymir hands it back over.
Mm.
I'm a terrible person. Like, one of the worst people ever to have existed in the entire world. And then some.
You are not.
I am.
You are
We
not.
don't know what I've done. I'm bad. I could have gotten those people killed after betraying them completely, and now I am back with another group of people that I don't know if I will go and do something super rambunctious and stupid and selfish and this and that and I owe them so much still, and I never repaid that debt, and I just left.
Cornelian, you're also here, kind of listening to them talk that are just right next to each other. Your arms are crossed, and you're like sitting on the cart listening for all this. You catch a good ear of everything. But the one thing that you are noticing that is Idris is falling out of the scene as Father Cruz is falling along with them. So you no longer have a sight on Idris or Father Cruz.
Like they're not walking to the car.
No, Father Cruz and Idris are just walking in a direction following Walter.
Okay. Cornel will turn to everybody else. So where are they going?
They're having like, I would say it'd be like a duel, but with music.
That's gonna take the rest of the night.
They said 30 minutes.
Yeah. But knowing how much Idris likes her music, it's gonna be a while. I don't know.
I'm also gonna stand there for a moment, and he's gonna like pull out his own dulcimer, and just like look at it, wondering if he would even have a chance.
There's a funny like notion that you kind of like pluck at it for a second, and you're like,
He's gonna put it right back.
If you want to go, like, play, you can go play too.
I am not playing. I'm not good at it.
It doesn't matter if you're gonna enjoy it.
Mouse is just gonna shrug. He's gonna just sit down on the sand and look off at them.
they're
I
kind
don't
of
feel like interrupting that.
they're little ways from your perception. Most as you kind of turn, you see the head of Father Cruz just kind of disappear over like a dune.
Why are they going so far away?
No idea. I'm starting to get a little impatient.
I'm getting nervous. Why would he need them so far away?
Belu's
You
gonna
know
take
what?
a swig.
Cornelia's gonna start kicking the cart over and start driving it over to them.
You just like kind of like anybody on the cart just feels like the kind of immediate shove and motion of moving as like the cart starts picking itself up. The emu drone like from its laying position like gets up and just starts like walking, like the big head kind of turning around upside down, looking at you, Cornelian, from behind itself, upside down at you, and just continuing in the direction you're kind of guiding it in.
Milso's gonna stand up and quickly follow after.
Yeah. Most of you follow after. Ymir, you're on the cart and you have the alcohol, and Velu, you're like seeing Ymir kind of like going off with your alcohol.
I hop on the cart.
You just jump on.
Velu would put his after what Ymir finishing what he said last. Velu's gonna put his hand kind of on his shoulder and say, "I think I know how you feel, but not the same. But I understand." And then Velu would take another swig of alcohol.
Both of you take a couple shots. Swinging some back. There's plenty of it in this like Mason, but if you keep going the way you go, you're definitely going to be like out of a handle, which will get you guys to a
Can I
different
roll
position.
perception to see if Mimosa would hear the like
The alcohol
walk-
swishing?
Yes.
Perception with advantage?
Advantage?
Yeah, because you know that sound. If you had ears, they'd perk up.
23.
An eyebrow raises, a nostril smells it.
Well,
Some good.
there would be like a shift in the cart, like the weight, as Mimosa enters.
Okay, like
What are you guys drinking?
Mimir will just hand it over.
Or not even giving it a thought, but also will just like take a swig before figuring out what it is.
Good shit.
He's gonna sit down.
All three of you, like Mimosa's like crisscross applesauce, like on the back of the, on the back of the cart where he's kind of the new supply now. Carnelian is your friends.
oh god.
Yeah. So this emodrome's definitely you see the noticeable slowdown of the emodrome as like Mimosa jumps on and just like it kind of like looks like off to the side, looks, and just turns its head again.
It's only gonna get heavier.
You keep going. For Idris and Father Cruz following Walter, you two are alone for a moment with him. He's like, "It's a old classic game." Well, kind of. I've had my own twist on it, of course. Gotta personalize everything you do, being, one of those charismatic type. All right. So listen, I'm not going to attack you in any means. I'm already going to say that straight out. All right. No physical confrontation. I can't handle it. You are right about me. I'm a little brittle. But I do have some challenges for you, and it's not necessarily me more than it is this. And he holds up the lyre. This lyre has some pretty good potential in it, and I've used it for a long time. Some of it's kind of, gimmicky, but it helped me for finding out kind of what kind of person I wanted to be. So hopefully, if you do succeed, you find that same thing, but you do have to pass each of the tests that this lyre possesses. That sounds complicated, but I think maybe you understand. Points to Father Cruz. It's never easy, right?
Not at all.
All right. You can referee on it, of course, and I trust you. You're town owner. What can I do about it? He just shrugs his shoulders and just goes over into the center, and he places the lyre on the ground. All right. Your first test is to pick up the lyre.
Sure.
Cruz will bless Idris.
Blessed.
Yay!
The rest of you are walking up at this point. You missed the conversation prior, but you guys are approaching with the cart. Father Cruz, you look behind you and see kind of the cart arriving over the dune distance, like over like the sun that's peaking, and you see the silhouettes of your friends in the distance.
Cruz will wave him over.
Yeah. Idris, you start approaching. Make a perception check.
Yippee. Oh, 10.
10. Okay, you keep walking. There's a moment of kind of laugh and snicker. Father Cruz, you're kind of standing next to Walter as he's allowing Idris to walk over there, and you have a moment to chat with him. And he kind of leans into you. It's like, man, she's gonna have a hard time if she thinks she can head straight in like that.
So what's the gimmick? I've never seen this game before.
He snaps his fingers. From the lyre in the center, wind picks up. You see sand pick up for a minute surrounding the lyre, and it whooshes. Idris, you are now locked in like a radius of sandstorm right now. Just as you lose sight of Idris, Father Cruz, and all the rest of you as well. You see Idris kind of walk up to this lyre, and then just a sandstorm appear and going in kind of like a tornado-y motion in the area. And he kind of leans over. It's like, they won't get hurt from this. It's just really hard to hear and see. And he's like, he kind of just laughs a bit. Idris, you're blinded and deafened.
Sick.
You are walking in a straight direction. You can try to use magic if you want to in this moment. You are able to still cast spells if you like. It probably would help you if you wanted to find this thing. However, you are currently trapped in a sandstorm looking for a lyre. What do you want to do?
Give me a second. I'm just
No
seeing if I have
worries.
anything at all.
The rest of you kind of approaching and seeing this like thing happen, you kind of like get a realization of why they had to step away from their location. But Carnelian and Ymir, without being previously informed, there's a little bit of panic that kind of comes up from your guys' eyes. And Ymir, you've definitely seen something like this before.
In what context did I see it?
You probably saw it more in a defensive thing. I would say make a history check with advantage.
Cornelia just kind of shout out like, "What's going on?"
The wind kind
Part
of
of the
picks up in
game.
the Samstorm.
16.
16. You tell me, Nim. Do you think Ymir would be learning about magical things at the time he was with the Sand Rats?
I mean, yeah, that's where he learned.
You know that.
magical
You know
spells.
that Lyle. Sorry, not Lyle. I'm fucking thinking about somebody else. Walter. Walter's whole gimmick was that they're a bard of the elements. They took like like a big like factor of like playing their instrument, and you always picked up that his instrument had this magical touch upon it that was special, making him basically a commodity of benefit and bonus to the team. You know that he holds a very powerful instrument of the bards.
Okay.
And the one that he holds has elemental powers, which kind of earned him his name of the Elemental Entertainer.
Mm.
And you see the wind portion of that picking up.
Does he look like he's going to hurt Idris?
His arms are crossed and he's like leaning and talking into Father Cruz. It doesn't look like he's engaging in it.
Ymir will go back to sulking.
Yeah, you guys are seeing this. Idris, what do you want to do? Stuck in the Samstorm, blind and deafened.
She's just going to continue forward. But instead of it being like blindly like clambering around, she's going to get back on all fours and kind of feel around.
Okay. You start pressing your hand through the ground of the sand. You notice the sand picks up and like your hands swiftly move through it. You can make another perception check with disadvantage. Or you can make an investigation check with disadvantage.
21.
With disadvantage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a +6 in perception.
I know. For a moment, you feel like your hands like kind of tethering across the sand, and like with a countless memory like your own, and not only that, just a wisdom of it. You know that the wind circling spirals. It comes from a point, and as you follow instead of like going against the wind, you follow it. And as you start to follow the corkscrew, eventually it does lead to that center point where you pick up the lyre. And as soon as you pick it up, the wind falls to the sand. All the sand drops immediately. Walter raises his eyebrows, is like, "Oh, she's smart." And just kind of like gives a little clap, just like a little. All right, first one done. Hand it here. You guy holds his hand out.
Sure, she's gonna walk over, dusting sand off of her,
Sand
and
is
hand the
everywhere.
lyre
Your
over.
hair is like flailed and like out. It's like that's the easy one. And just like kind of grabs it again. All right, second test. He kind of focuses with the lyre in his hands. You guys see the sand kind of shifts, like kind of like right in front of Father Cruz and Idris. It shifts and like kind of rumbles for a second. As you see kind of approaching and rising out of the ground, sandstone forming into this 5x5 like cute, like 5 foot by 5 foot stone like thing. Like it's just a big brick of stone. All right. Second challenge. You got to break this thing using magic or your music, one or the other. You have to use this though. When he hands you the lyre, you're not attuned to it, but you can use it as a focus.
So it's like 5x5.
It's a 5x5 stone brick.
Let's see here. Okay.
He kind of takes a couple. He takes a couple steps back, and he kind of like grabs you, Father Cruz. He's like, "You need some space."
Chris will take some steps back.
The rest of you are kind of
Oh,
like
boy.
interesting, looking around, and like, this is my favorite.
Okay, so she'll focus using the magical lyre and she'll cast Thunderwave.
Thunderwave, you kind of go for it. What does it Thunderwave look like as you kind of play it through this instrument?
It is a almost weirdly straight down first. And when it connects, it sparks off into and branches off into about 3 to 4 like points of electricity.
A large boom, as basically from 300 feet going out, all you guys hear is from Idris, like a hard, like bass tone from whatever this lyre doesn't even have the capability of making. You guys see that it just kind of like jams on it for a second, and as you kind of cast it, go ahead and roll the damage.
Eight.
As you cast the spell, you notice that the stone, the 5 by 5 foot stone, pushes 10 feet away from you, just like kind of slides across the sand over, isn't broken, doesn't look scratched, but it does move in a 10 foot. He's like he kind of like laughs for a second. It's like, I tried that too.
Let's see.
You can always give up.
Why would I give up?
Smiles. Right. The rest of you, what are you guys doing?
Taking swigs.
Just cheering her on.
Yeah, for sure. Just like a fist raised in the air.
Not noticing the alcoholism behind him.
Yeah,
Mimosa
all behind you.
Have
It's
a
just
small clap
Wig.
every once in a while between swigs.
Ymir, Velu, and Mimosa. All of you roll a d20. This is for who's getting like, the most messed up out of this drink.
Can I add my con bonus?
It's not about con more than it is about quantity.
Ooh.
I'm just trying to figure out like how much quantity you guys are taking in first.
16.
Okay, with the most, Ymir, you do make a con saving throw, like because you have taken the most in. Now it is a con save, basically because you are the one that's taking the most alcohol in.
Yeah. That's 19.
19, like a champ. And as it kind of continues around, Ymir, you feel confident that Velu cannot keep up because you see Velu for a moment. Your eyes like kind of blink as you're drinking, Velu, and there's like a smile that always creeps across your face naturally when you're drinking. And Mimosa, you have a little tick as well as you like kind of start to drink. You kind of like get a little bit of like a gurgle or like some type of like grogginess in your throat. And like you've always felt these kind of like things, but Ymir, solid. You're like straight as an arrow. Sober wise. Idris.
Wait, that took me a second.
What are you gonna do?
She's next going to cast a cantrip of Starry Wisp.
Ah, that might work. Go ahead and I think it's a roll to hit. Yeah.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
18.
If you missed the stone, that would have been funny. Roll your damage for Starry Wisp.
Fantastic.
You guys see another spell from Idris cast.
8.
8. A lighter tune plays on as you guys see kind of a mote of light kind of like come from the sky and just float downwards. And as it kind of burns brighter and brighter, as the final notes play, it just shoots in a straight line towards the target. You see it kind of like hits the target and disperses. Idris, make an intelligence check for me.
22.
A 22. That's pretty good. You look at this thing, and it's stone. It's also sand. The things that you're coming to your mind is either you have to break it apart somehow naturally, or you have to do enough damage to it for it to eventually break. Right? You get the feeling that unless you meet a certain like hit criteria, like a damage criteria, it won't do anything. But you feel very confident that if you were able to like manipulate it in some way, maybe you could just disform it. But that's really the only like insight you can get from this challenge.
Mm.
You brainstorm a little bit more.
Boss is gonna cough in the back. Hit it with your hand.
That's cheating.
No.
How
That's
is
not
it
part of,
cheating?
it's not part of the rules. You can't do that. I can only use my either a spell or the instrument itself.
Oh, well then hit it with your instrument.
No, that's disrespecting the instrument.
Oh, that's what I would have done.
Father Cruz, make an insight check.
Okay. Let's see.
You look at Walter, and as Mimosa says, use your instrument to hit it. You see an eyebrow raise, and like you see a man who just kind of tries to hide like a recognition of something.
I'm gonna look at Idris. Like, just shout. It's magical. Won't break.
Oh, but Idris is gonna cradle the lyre. I just don't want to break it.
Walter
Wait,
looks at you, Father Cruz, and just like an eyebrow raises and just says, "You old coot."
your man knows men's. We're fine. Idris grabs the lyre and runs towards the sandstone.
And just smack it with a lyre.
Yep.
Yeah, and as soon as it hits the lyre, it just turns into sand.
I
Like,
was
you
right.
don't even do damage. It just hits, and he's like, "Damn it!"
I was just giving his arms the air. I was right.
Yeah.
That was really clever because you said to use only the instrument or magic, and the lyre is magical.
See the game now.
I do.
All right. And you know the funny thing is, it's also a lesson. I'll let you figure that out on yourself, unless any of you have wisdom. But either way, the last challenge. He's like, he kind of goes over. One last charge in this thing. It's a little dangerous, so keep in mind that you have to be confident. All right? Don't get scared. The last thing you want to do is get scared. All right? No one will believe in you if you're in fear in this moment.
Mm.
I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm not trying to scare you. But scared people get hurt.
Oh, trust me, I'm not intimidated.
All right. Go stand over there. And he points like 30 feet away.
She runs over to stand in the 30-foot spot.
All right. You see, he starts playing this delicate tune on the lyre, but it goes from like a light, like airy, like sound to a like wispy, like. It's like he picks up his fingers and they move at a very, very fast pace. Man's playing Fire and the Flames on his lyre. And a firewall surrounds you. Goes 10 feet high, and it completely surrounds the encompassing area that you are in, Idris. Get out of there!
Oh, sure.
And yeah, you're stuck in surrounded in flames. Father Cruz, you cannot see inside nor hear Idris, but the fire just glows very brightly and surrounds your friend. All of you guys see this, and it's very like nerving. And he's like kind of sitting there. He's like, "Don't worry, if it gets bad, I can turn it off." Idris, you can't hear this.
Is this the games that you played for the lyre?
This is what I did. Yeah, I burnt. Let me tell you something. I burnt. I did not understand. Look at me. He's like has water all over him. Is like, I think I just got lucky with who I was. I thought I could handle it.
Hopefully she doesn't come out bald.
She can do this. She already made it through the heart. My favorite one. This one's just a leap of faith, if I should say. And Idris, you're surrounded with flames. What do you do?
Idris immediately jumps through the fire.
You're gonna try to jump through the fire. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Oh no. 9.
9. as you go to step through the fire, the burn
Wait,
stench hits.
sorry. Hold on. I'm so
ahead.
sorry. Can I do my +6 roll that we had from like a couple weeks ago?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Right now.
Yay. 12.
12
Yeah, it's plus 4.
plus 4.
Or
You go through, try to get through the wall, and as you get through the wall, as you burst into it, you take 2 fire damage.
cool.
You also don't make it through the wall,
Mm.
as there's something else kind of like preventing that in a moment. And as soon as you hit the wall, all you can hear is the music that Walter is playing. It's continuous. That fire and flames kind of like you hear it, and like that's all you hear is just this music that's surrounding you in the flames. And as you kind of look around, you see in the flames itself, you see like images, shadows going across the flame a little bit. You see like depictions and illusions surrounding it. You kind of like get a little nervous.
Okay.
It's not going to be that easy.
She's gonna dig.
Okay. Yeah. You spend some time digging. It's going to take a little bit. Go ahead and make just a strength check. I want to see how far you go.
Not that far. 8.
8. Digging sand's hard, especially in a desert, because as you dig sand falls in, and you spend a lot of time trying. But soon as you notice that you dig certain sand enough to get maybe a little bit underneath the wall, the fiery wall like kind of like lowers itself to fit to the plane that you're on. You know that you'll have to dig a substantial distance in order to get out of this. So a time spent better maybe to just figure it out another way. While you're in the middle of this fire, is anybody else doing anything? The 3 of you, make another d20 roll. Mimosa, Ymir, and Velu.
18.
17.
19.
Ooh, Velu, make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. $13.
You take it mostly down. It's starting to get to that point where you're like, you drink and you kind of have to hold it in your mouth for a second before you drink it. Now it's getting a little difficult to like take it and swig it like you used to. Now it's like you have to wait a moment to like let it sit in your mouth for a second to adjust and then swallow. Like it's getting difficult. You're not like inebriated or anything like that yet, but you're feeling that buzz of what would be nearly getting drunk. Mimosa and Ymir, again, sharing your bottle and passing it around. Anything else from outside of this challenge?
Sorry, what?
Is there anything you guys also wish to do while this is happening?
Ymir's just watching. He's not doing anything. He looks over at Bongo every now and then to see what Bongo's doing.
Bongo's scratching his head. He's like staring kind of at what's going on, and he's like just scratching his head.
It's a lot of confusing things.
He kind of tilts the head and looks down, looks at Velu, like kind of looks at you, kind of looks
Are you
at,
curious about magic?
nods his head.
Ymir's gonna hand him his scroll of Ray of Sickness.
Kind of holds it.
And magic is it's a different kind of science, not natural. We would call this arcana. And when you dabble in arcana, you can do things that break the natural law and become magical law. So this paper that you hold allows you to cast a spell that you've seen me cast before. Ray of Sickness, but it is stored within that paper. If you learn how to cast magic yourself, you do not need papers such as these, but it will drain you to the point where you need to rest and get back spells once again.
Hmm.
But with a scroll like that, if you want to point out into the sky, you can cast Ray of Sickness.
Make a animal handling check with advantage because he's also very intelligent right now.
Okay. I got like a 14.
Okay. As you're kind of explaining this to Bongo, Bongo like takes the scroll and like kind of nods, understanding, and just kind of like opens the scroll and just kind of like looks over, and his eyes open and he looks over at Velu, and he kind of immediately rushes over to Velu. You're like in the mid drink, holding like water, like not water, but a drink in your mouth, and Bongo kind of like holds the scroll to you and just like opens it up and points at like the thing on the thing on the scroll.
Yes.
It just keeps tapping on the scroll.
What do you want? A scroll. Do you want to use it?
Shakes his head no. Just keeps tapping on it.
What about it? Valu's gonna look at your beer. I don't understand.
I'm not sure what he's asking right now.
He's like kind of like he takes the scroll, looks at it, and he like looks at you, Velu. He makes like the two fingers in his eyes and then to your eyes, and then he puts his two fingers on the piece of paper.
You want me to read it?
Nods his head.
Okay. Valu picks the scroll and reads it.
The first thing you notice is that's all in Sylvan. Like the magical like incantation of it all is Sylvan in nature.
Oh.
So you're like
Okay.
he's like looking at it, he's pointing at it, he's looking at you, and he's like pointing at it, and he's like trying to. You make an animal handling check for you, Velu.
It's gonna be 7.
7. You know, at one point you thought he was understanding the spell potentially and was able to do something, but I think what he's telling you is that this spell, like he might be able to fully read it. Like he might actually know exactly what it says.
Bongo, do you understand what the scroll is saying?
His eyes widen and he's like pointing at the page and just looks at you.
Do you know what Sylvan is?
Just like kind of like blinks the eyes twice, looks at Ymir.
Ymir shrugs. I don't know. I don't know these.
Bongo shrugs.
I guess Valu's just gonna read the scroll.
Yeah, it's a Ray of Sickness scroll. Cast it. Has verbal somatic components. Con save. Poison. Standard.
Bongo, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Bongo scratches their head, rolls up the scroll, and just comes over to you, Ymir, and just pulls on your shirt and says, and kind of hugs the scroll and just looks at you.
Okay.
You can have it if you want.
Just nods the head.
Use it on. You know how this spell works, right? You've seen me use this before.
There's a blank face that stares back at you.
It is a damaging spell, so when you cast it, you have to intend that you want to hurt something.
Nods head.
So I say only use it when you need to protect yourself.
Nods
Yourself. Clearly. Yourself. Not me. Not anyone else. Yourself.
Make an animal handling check. This one was not with advantage.
I got a 5.
Nods head.
Alright. Ymir will pat his head and
Hugs
scrunch
you.
it up a bit. He'll give him a hug back.
dashes away,
Well, let's just gonna be sitting there confused.
flies off. Kind of flies like nearby, like Walter's house, and just flies around it. Back to Idris. Flames, fire and flames around you. Hear nothing.
Woohoo!
Just music in the distance of like lurking, like enemy music, like when you're playing a video game and it's just boss music. That's all you hear right now.
Okay, so I'm assuming. So the wall. Can I make a perception check about the wall that's
Yes.
surrounding it? I want to know if it's like an actual wall that's like blocking me from getting through, or if it's something that I can inevitably jump through.
It's an investigation, and sure.
Oh, let's do that. Oh my god, my shit rolls 8.
8. It's fire for sure, but there's something about it that restricts your movement. It's you feel confident that maybe if you pushed through it, you could, but you will get extremely hurt if you do. Which may not
Okay.
be worth it. Like you can, maybe that's the challenge you're also thinking too, and you're like, you kind of like double guess on like your options here, and you're like, is the intention to like understand something of greater meaning? Is there an actual lesson to this? And you kind of like are cycling on this a minute. Is there anything else that just wants to try?
Yeah, she's gonna step away from like the closest of the firewall, kind of stand in the middle, and she's gonna pull out her lyre and start playing.
Make a performance check.
22.
22. Idris. There's a moment of clarity as you realize the intention of the song and the shadows around. It was more than just a wall. And Father Cruz standing next to Walter, his fingers are getting tired. And you can see this as well. He's like kind of nodding. It's like, it's taking a minute. I don't know if she's all right in there.
As I say, have faith.
Nods. It's like a good way of thinking about it. And you answer in response. It's just creating this tempo that matches to it. Do you try to match the song, or do you try to like counter it?
She'll match the song.
You try to match it. As the shadows that are like kind of orbiting around, with the lyre in hand, you take control of the lyre, and this attunement process that you start playing with the lyre attunes to you, and you can attune to the weapon now. You can add an instrument of the bards to your inventory. It's called the what is it called? The Cli lyre, CLI lyre.
CLI.
You can just look up instrument of the bards, and it'll be like a sub.
There it
choice.
is.
Yeah.
Gimme.
As you attune to this item in playing it and spending the time that you needed to with it, you play yours and countering it, and you see for a moment, Father Cruz, you look at the lyre in the hands of Walter. Your perception skills take a keen effect. And Ymir, I think, also takes notice of this too if they've been paying attention. Because Ymir knows what fast hands looks like. As the lyre reveals its illusory form of like a mundane lyre, Father Cruz, you see that it was never him playing. He was playing onto Idris's lyre as a pocket swap has happened. And Idris had been holding the lyre this entire time. And as Idris, you start to play, like you start matching it, and you take a notice that there's magical aura coming from your focus. And as that attunement hits, you realize that you've been tricked. This isn't your lyre. This is something greater.
Oh my gosh.
A smile kind of comes across Walter's face. Before you're able to like put down the fiery flames, Father Cruz, you see this as well, and he kind of like nods. He's like, "Yeah, you're right. I got faith." And the lyre like kind of reveals itself. Idris, you have control of these walls if you wanted to end them.
Yeah, she'll go ahead and end them, but nice and slow, so it's like kind of a dramatic build
A
up.
dramatic flame decreases as the song, as you lower like the tempo of the song to like a slower tone, and eventually the final note hits. The flames subside, and you are standing with this instrument of the bards in your hand. And again, a clap. I think I'll hold on to this one.
That's okay.
Ah, all right. That's my game. It's over. You win.
Idris starts jumping for joy, hugging the lyre and just running back towards Walter.
Mm-hmm. Now you take care of her. Now it's delicate. It can only hit 5 of those stones before it shatters. You know. I'm just kidding. Just like pat you on the head.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And she's going to sweep Walter up into a hug.
Now don't do that. But it's nice. What do I call you?
Oh, that's right.
How's I got some names in mind. Let me think about this. And just like he just puts a hand on his chin. There's a moment of like pause as you're kind of waiting in anticipation, like, yes, give it.
Please.
For a moment, you kind of rear. How's the Ocelot of Songs?
I think that's beautiful.
It's clever for sure.
It sure is.
Or I don't know anything else, but like it rings a tone to it, And now it's one of your titles. You make sure people know that name because it's real important.
Right.
They go away fast.
Ocelot of names.
Of
Or
songs. Ocelot
Story.
of songs. It's alliteration. I know. That's poetic. It's mostly what it all is. It's all play on words.
I think it'll stick around. Thank you.
Yeah. Well
Thank
earned.
you.
All right, Father Cruz. Thank you for having your time to come deliver this stuff to me. But it's even been a more pleasure meeting a talented lady like her.
I feel the exact same.
Yeah, you're lucky, I guess. Ymir is real talented too. Don't give up on him. He's gonna be something big someday for sure.
I won't.
That's
I
good.
never give up on them.
We're the only ones keeping him sane now, right?
I hope he joins in with us.
He just shares. It's like that's a good one. Good times. Just walks. Returning, kind of walking up to where the cart is. Walter like is escorting like Idris. Idris, you have your lyre in your hand, and you like have this like this grin that's not leaving. You return back, and when you guys do go back, tell Marin that you all were lovely, and he'll hook you up with some of his old stuff. I know he was a big adventurer in his time, so me and Marin go a little back, but I didn't realize, he was getting in his time, so I still kicking it.
Is Marin a part of your group?
No. He was part of something else. He was a older friend. Helped me get on my feet sometimes back in the day. Being dwarvish kind of gives you a little bit of that opportunity to meet a lot more people. But yeah, you all don't have to stay. I appreciate your hospitality and what you've done for me. So, and I don't want you all to be late getting back. It's gonna get dark and dangerous out here.
Well, I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Maybe. Ymir.
Ymir looks over.
Look,
Mm.
it's not your fault. But if it's worth anything to you, I'd still fight for you to stay in that group, even if you did the shit you did. You have something in me. If you ever need anything, you know where I'm at now. And that broker ain't gonna come knocking on my door anytime soon.
Ymir nods and
All right.
remains silent.
Y'all take care of him. And just kind of like walks back towards his house. Kind
Is
of like,
Bongo still hovering over the house?
yes,
Bongo!
Ymir, I need you to make a perception check.
That's a 20 dirty.
Bongo has the spell scroll open, and as Walter's approaching, you see that
God.
Bongo's on the top of the house with the spell scroll open.
Bongo, don't do that. Bongo, please don't do that.
There's a moment as Bongo looks down, the eyes rear, as like maybe you've passed a story or something to him in his past, maybe or something. But his eyes kind of flare with like a familiarity of your sadness and this person's happiness, and you see that there's an intelligence kicking in the background of I'm not happy with that. And as it occurs, you see that Bongo casts the spell with your spell scroll, and Bongo actually speaks his first word. I don't know if you're gonna hear it or not though. It's a verbal component for the spell, so he has to speak for it.
Ymir is running towards Walter.
Yeah, there's a moment of like you're just rushing forward. I'm gonna roll for this, by the way. This is one of those moments you can change that. I rolled a 16 stealth.
What am I supposed to roll?
You're rolling your
I
perception.
already had my dirty 20.
Oh, you did dirty 20. That's right. You just run up with that. Okay, you're good then. Like you rush up and you start hearing Bongo say like his first word, and just one word that comes out of his mind. You hear it on top of the roof, perched over towards Walter. Choke. And as the ray of sickness goes straight towards Walter's throat, you see the lime green energy lash out from the scroll as it eviscerates and starts heading towards Walter. What would you like to do? You have a surprise round. What would you like to do?
I would like to get up to Walter, and is there any way I could block? Because it's a roll to hit.
Yeah.
Attack.
Yes.
So, is there any way I could block it with myself being the target?
If you push Walter out of the way and occupy that space, I'll allow it.
Okay. Ymir's gonna try and push Walter out the way while casting shield on himself.
You used your action to push. You're gonna use your reaction to cast shield. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna roll this. That's a 17 to hit. You cast shield.
No. Oh, fuck you! I'm using my inspiration.
I'm good. I should already have.
That's all right. It's all right. Let them. You may not have to waste shield.
No, he can waste it. It's fine.
I already have mage armor. I've been had mage armor casted because this is the same day.
Yes.
So I have mage armor, which is 15 AC, and then shield gives me a +5.
Yeah. So
and
you
I
pop off.
have a lot of PC.
And as that moment occurs, Ymir, you push Walter out of the way. You see Bongo, who's up there, like saying his first words for the moment. The lime green ray aiming for the throat, like hits you for a second, and you see around your neck fiery flame of shield preventing it accessing. And Cinder even like kind of from the inside, is like, oh, what a dirty little monkey, and it's like. And just immediately, like a moment of like it eviscerating from your neck as the shield casts fiery shield prevents any type of effect on you. You kind of look up at Bongo, who looks ears tucked down, looking at you, like sad and confused.
Bongo, get down here.
Jumps
in
down.
front of me.
Walter, who like kind of pushes over, it's like, who's that? What the hell?
My son.
You're
Ymir's gonna go to eye level with Bongo. Listen, Bongo, you need to understand something. Morals, okay? If someone isn't hurting me physically, then there is no reason to hurt them.
Bongo
And
nods
that
his head.
applies to everyone. There is no reason to attack someone randomly. There has to be a reason for it. Okay?
Bongo like shyly
Words
looks
me.
down.
People get sad. People have feelings. But the only time it is justifiable to take action is when action is being done to you. There was no actions being dealt here. So there is no reason to hurt them. It's okay now. Ymir's gonna hug him. Just don't ever do that again.
Okay. Hugs you.
And I'm also really proud of you because you said your first word and casted your first spell, so that's like really cool.
You can understand me?
Yeah?
I can. What? Like touches himself. Looks over
Yeah,
at
you're
this.
talking.
Looks over at Walter. I'm terribly sorry for hurting you. Walter's like looking over, like, it's okay. No. I really apologize. It's not like me. It's fine. Don't mention it.
Bongo, head to the cart. I have to apologize on your behalf.
Yes, father. And just runs off.
Ymir is gonna bow down onto his knees and head to the floor, head to the sand. I'm sorry about him, and I'm also sorry about myself.
That's give it up, Ymir. Come here.
He'll get up.
Look, he puts a hand on your shoulder. Look, I know you feel bad about it all, but again, it's not your fault. And listen, if it were my choice too, I'd rather you run off of it anyways. You're just not on right in the head right now.
I feel like he wasn't right in the head because of me. He was a fine person when I met him.
I don't know what's going on, but look, I don't know if he got what he was looking for or not, but whatever it is, it's making him make bad choices. I don't know if you know where, it went, yours. Maybe you sold it. I don't know what you did with it, but it doesn't matter.
Ymir's
It
gonna
doesn't
lift
matter.
up his bandana.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Ymir,
I'm currently working on something.
what'd you do? He like kinda grabs your head. It's like, what is Ymir?
Ymir is he's looking. He's like side eyeing, looking away as like they're face to face, out of guilt.
Ymir, you gotta be careful with stuff like that. You can really hurt yourself.
This is a masterpiece.
It's magical for sure, but man, Ymir, be careful with that. That's some dark shit you're dealing in.
I'm going to change the world.
I'm sure you will, but don't lose yourself, man. I have faith in you, kid. You're not done. Just be careful. Puts like the bandana back over, and don't let her see it. Sorry. I never really figured it out.
I think I was the worst choice he ever made.
Maybe. But not mine. Just like kind of pulls you in for a hug.
And he'll hug back.
It's gonna be alright, bud. Us Genasi gotta stick together, right?
Ymir will nod. Goodbye, Walter.
Bye, Ymir. Just kind of like staff clicks in, enters the home, door closes. You hear from a muffle behind, it's like, now where'd that booze go?
Is that Bongo?
No.
Oh, no,
that's
okay.
him. That's him behind the door, like looking around. You see some like the bags opening of supplies, and you're kind of like walking a little briskly fast back. As you get back to the cart, Bongo's sitting there, like kind of like scratching the head.
Yeah, you could talk now. That's insane. Like, I don't know what to say actually.
You kind of look at Bongo. Bongo looks at you. It's like, it is kind of peculiar. I really didn't know how to voice it before, but now it's just very clear to me.
You know, out of my entire time of like living, I'm actually
Velu,
surprised. Why is he talking?
Velu,
He's the smartest.
Bongo is
Yes.
not talking. Bongo's just sitting there looking at Ymir, and Ymir is talking to Bongo.
Wow.
Ymir, you're having a full conversation. It's like, I always thought like, I would never get this far, but I've really had quite a journey. And I'm thank you. I don't know what this. I feel like all this time I haven't truly known. But
None about what?
like, what do I do? Like, this is real. Like, I thought I was just, this whole charade was just me kind of figuring out, the differences between myself and you. And I thought that was just maybe an evolutionary trait, but now it's real.
It's just an intelligence thing.
What?
You have smarts now, so you.
I'm still trying to understand what that means, though. I mean, I don't feel much different in my like who I am, but I understand and talk to you now. And it makes sense. Everything makes sense. Ymir, you're getting crazy eyes from everybody on the cart as you're just talking to Bongo in this way.
Isn't this crazy, guys?
Who are you talking to?
Longo. What do you mean?
He's not talking.
What?
Ymir's-
Now, it's okay to like talk to yourself, you know?
No, like I can understand Longo.
Yeah.
Like, it looks up, he's like, okay, so it seems that I can't really talk to everybody yet. Maybe it's
Why
just
is
some
it just
time.
me? Are you talking through my head right now?
No, I don't think so. Make an Arcana check.
Did we hear Bongo just go like, ooh, ah, or is he just staring there?
Yeah.
You see the
16.
mouth. You see the mouth moving and going ooh ah. With your Arcana check, it is a little bit in your head, but you're auto translating Bongo right now. Like you are like grasping the words from Bongo, and it's projecting to you in a way that you understand. And you, in the same way, vice versa. You feel as though you've made a telepathic bond with your creature, and that this is something like you're translating each other. You completely understand now. Like something happened at that moment where you both just kind of like just linked.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ymir's gonna grab Bongo's paws and just start like
Oh, what are we doing?
jumping up and down. We're dancing,
yeah,
we're
happy.
dancing, we're
Yeah.
dancing.
Woo! Yeah.
You can talk to me, we have like a crazy bond.
It's insane. Flies in the air.
I can fly.
Oh. Flies in the air. I can. Woo!
While like
This
Bongo is
whips.
up there celebrating, he's gonna look at everybody. We can read each other's minds. It's crazy.
That's great.
That's very nice.
Let's get moving back to town. Velu would kind of like look towards Carnelian.
Brendan kickstarts the cart and starts driving.
And that's where we're going to take our break. All right,
Bye.
friends. We'll be returning back here in, let's say, 5 minutes past. Is that good?
15 minutes. Okay, goodbye.
All right. Y'all have fun. Bye-bye. Boy, oh boy. And welcome back. I think that's what Matt Mercer says, right? And welcome back. How is everybody? Little schizo, little crazy.
I have soup.
No, that's schizo enough.
Yo.
I got soda. Dr. Pepper. Give it a few more minutes. Says everybody returns.
I am here.
I'm also here.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Who are we missing then? Still, I think it's just. I think everybody's here. I think. Don't say anything if you are not here. So
Everyone's
no,
here.
So, yeah, I was about to say no one's here then.
Everyone is here.
Don't say anything if no one's here. That's the greatest line.
No one's here.
All right. If we are ready, we can begin. On the way back to Celeria, the main city, of course. The ride back is long, maybe full of a lot of conversation from Ymir and a kind of a whisper almost, but also like not necessarily whispering at all. But you know, all of you guys come back. Idris, you have a brand new lyre, and you guys have met an interesting person. You guys are on the way back. Also, Mimosa, Ymir, and Belu, you definitely all finished that bottle, but none of you got drunk, so congratulations.
Swag. That's what matters.
Yay.
Practicing.
Not feeling much.
Much from what?
From drinking.
I thought it'd be a bit
You were
stronger.
drinking?
Oh,
Huh?
when were you all drinking?
While you were doing your little thing.
Oh,
How was that thing that you did, Idris?
I am so glad you asked. She's now going to present the lyre to everybody, and she's gonna go. This is one of the bard's instruments. They're very rare. There's only, I believe, 7.
He gave it to you?
I earned it.
He held that very dear to his heart. And that's very
is-
powerful.
This is one of them. I think it'd be very interesting to see if I could find all of the other 6 types of them at least. I never thought I would ever have one of these.
Is it your dream to collect all of them?
No, but it might just become one of them.
There's
That's
only
interesting.
7 of them. Where do they come from?
Mm.
You guys can make history checks if you want.
I do.
I guess it is with
Can I-
advantage. Because
Can I also get advantage because I've had many conversations with
Oh.
Walter?
that's a good
My
point.
left
Sure,
hand.
I'll allow that. It's a good
So-
buy-in.
17.
17. Okay.
15.
50. Oh,
15. Wow.
me and you.
Father Cruz in your mirror, you guys kind of look at each other and think to yourself like, you guys kind of share like your same mind at this moment almost in your ideologies, and I think it's just like a glare between the two of you that also makes Ymir still nervous every single time he looks at Father Cruz, but also like a smirk of smile of like kind of understanding one another. The first thing you both come to realize is that these instruments of the bards, the best bards must have them. So when Ymir, you met Walter at a very like compelling age for yourself, and when he was telling you about like his instrumental like prowess, he talked about how he had to earn it, like it was passed down, and it was how much of importance it was for him. He's carried that thing since he was a kid and has never let it go since, and he is old now, and it's a time of passing. And Father Cruz, you get the same sentiment, because as you start to begin to think about some of like maybe your friends that you met along the way, you remember like stories that they would tell about, you know, like fae-like bards, or maybe there's some type of like other planar existence out there just for bards themselves in colleges. So you imagine that there is a instrument for each one of the colleges. But both of you kind of look at each other and like kind of nod and like look, and then also like share this glimmer of like, do we know the same thing?
Ymir like gets a little flustered looking at Cruz. Yeah, those instruments are for the best bards, from what I understand and remember.
And Idris, you still have your history check. 17. A little
Mhm.
higher. Not too much more information. However, because the instruments of the bards represent different factors and different powers of the bards themselves, hierarchically, they're going to be owned by some of the greatest names out there. With Walter, maybe it might be a bit of a discredit on his behalf because maybe he took his opportunity to become great and instead did something else with it. But you could probably bet that if you go to find like some of the best like performers out there, you're likely to find like a path to those things. And you don't know if they're all like located on this like side of the world, but there's definitely a potential that you could find them like within the Fiasco League for like maybe Arlucia has something out there. It could be like over on the Circle of Epsilon. There's for sure a hero bard out there that's has this. You know, like there's someone out there who's like bought it or like it's within trade. You know, their permanence, and people who are bards and have these powers are typically not hiding.
I have a feeling we're going to run into some people who have more. You know, it's
Also, Idris, I'll allow you this as well. You need to make I think it was a wisdom check, just wisdom.
9.
All right, you're happy.
Yeah, I feel we may run into some people with the other instruments. It's not like they're bards are very obviously out in the open. It's hard to miss them. So I have a feeling that these people, especially with these instruments, are not going to be hiding it.
So you like a celebrity now? Yes, so.
Boy, would I love to show that to my mentor.
You had the mentor too?
Oh, yeah, I did. Um, that was quite some time ago, though.
You want
Yeah.
to talk about it?
What were they like?
His name was Octavius.
Like an octopus?
No, he liked the opera. He loved to sing. Very musically inclined. He was a big name, or so I thought he was. I met him when I was pretty young, and one thing led to another, and I ended up in a situation where I was under his mentorship and all that fun stuff, and it's how I truly met Carnelian, and we ran around with those ragabounds for a while, and then yeah, I learned a lot from him, Octavius. He was very nice. It just kind of hesitates to continue and just kind of shrugs her shoulders. Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's how you met Cornelian. So he
Oh,
knows how to
yeah.
play?
No.
I had a different mentor that taught me how to fight.
Never
Yeah, we
took
we're both pretty lost in a sense.
But speaking about our past and whatnot, we never got to finish our conversations of everybody. Idris, Ymir, and I already said our kind of piece on what to look out. Not Idris, sorry. Mimosa, Ymir, and I have already set our pieces of past things to look out for, uncertainties and whatnot. And now I'm looking towards Cruz, Idris, and Vilu on if there is any baggage and what baggage may that be. Should be shared with the group.
Mm,
Come on, guys, share.
baggage as in what exactly do you mean? Like being hunted or pursued? Sure,
Yeah,
but what else? What else determines baggage?
Something you might be nervous about, like some sort of history that comes out of nowhere as you speak about it, and near coincidence, like just now. Kind of baggage.
That was awfully
Mm.
peculiar, wasn't it, Father? You just talked about it, and then we met the guy. That's really bizarre.
It was really bizarre. Bro, I
Small
was like, who the fuck
place.
is speaking right
like my eyes widened. I'm like, is that guy fucking following us?
I just got fuck with my head. It'd be like if somebody kept calling, your mom Ymir.
Anyways, continue.
But yeah, just any sort of piece of information that you might have that you should probably share with the group. I mean, even if it's not something you're nervous about, still sharing would be nice because, like, equal trade since we're like a group.
There's anything that could put us at risk or things that we should know about you, like how, as of now, my shadow is, or echo, whatever you'd want to call it, is seeming to become unstable, and I'm seeing a power increase within it that I'd actually want to test within the trip back, but that can wait until after we've talked about everything.
I'd rather not.
Well, I'd like to test it, and I'll do it from a safe distance away.
I think Velu and Ymir, your eyes kind of like brighten as like the idea of something kind of like revealing itself, like powerfulness. It gets you guys a little excited.
I'd like to be a part of the testing.
Yeah,
I would like to
expected
observe.
Wow.
Okay, that's fine, Rila. But you need to give up something that I've noticed, and you need to explain this.
What are you talking about?
To my understanding, you're a human, right?
Yes, but why when I start speaking, you divert your attention to me and not towards Idris or
Because
Father?
Idris and
Interesting.
Father is going to come up, but there's something I specifically have noticed about you. You can seem to see in the dark, but yet you're human. And to my knowledge, humans don't do that.
I've noticed that too. The other night.
So what's that about?
Velu's gonna start doing like the nervous twitch that he usually does, and he's gonna look at Ymir.
Ymir's side-eyeing him.
Both of you just like looking at each other, like
He's like,
Can
don't
I
look at me.
insight? Can I insight to see if
what are
Ymir
you
knows
trying?
anything?
What you want to see if Ymir knows something? Yes, absolutely. You can make an insight check.
Dude, it's obvious. You don't even have to make an insight check.
I
Ymir's
want,
like,
I
don't
want
look
this
at
to
me,
happen.
bro.
I want this to happen anyways, for sure. You don't have
Okay.
to. It's not a contested roll, but I want to see like. I want to see.
Not 2024.
Okay. So, Carnelian, you pierce Ymir the same way that Father Cruz pierces Ymir, and it's not intentional the way. You're an investigative person. Like, you're a intimidating force to be reckoned with, especially in a room alone. And for that moment, Ymir, you can't see anybody else except for Carnelian, who has daggers in your eyes, and you're bleeding from your mouth. You need to say something.
Stop looking at me. God, I don't know anything.
Vomit. This word vomit comes out from Ymir. And
Don't say you don't know anything because you're lying to me.
Okay, obviously I know something, but it's not my place to talk about it.
Velu is gonna take a second and
Lying in front of a priest. Wow.
Don't guilt trip me. I lie in front of priest all the time.
Don't lie in front of him. That's rude.
I thought we had an understanding.
do not.
I lie all the time.
Do not look at Ymir. Don't. You're
How is it
questioning me.
worse than what
You're
we have?
questioning me.
We're questioning you,
Don't.
but Ymir's the only one giving answers.
Ymir, you at this moment, in relocking back with the people around, you're able to like kind of obfuscate yourself from Carnelian's vision to like hide your face and like
Ymir covers himself with his yellow cloak. He just hides in there.
Bongo,
Are you
like, comes
sitting
inside
up
with
front
you.
with Carnelian?
No, he's in the cart.
Okay.
Yep.
Who all is in the cart and then who's in the front?
Everybody's
Because
around.
Carnelian is driving.
Yeah.
Same layout as last time?
Yeah, I mean, there's people can sit in the back cart now because the supplies aren't there anymore, so it's not that bad. Like all of you guys can fit in this scenario if you wanted.
But Carnelian will stop looking at your mirror and will look at Vilu. So go ahead.
If I say this to y'all can never speak about this ever again.
Oh, who are we going to tell, Vilu?
Multiple people.
Why
I
would
don't
we?
know anybody else besides you guys.
I don't know why that was funny to me. I don't know why
I'm
that
required by
hit
law to
different.
confide confession.
What?
That hit Catholicly. You get an inspiration for that, Father Cruz. That was great. That's so good.
I'll give you two things. I originate from the kingdom of Genesis, and I am not a human. And before he says this, can he make a perception check to make sure like no one else is around or some shit?
Absolutely, you may.
Okay, one second, please.
The anticipation.
I love it. I think it's a 2.
Oh, guys, can't wait to learn what he is.
A 6 perception.
Yes.
You get you start looking around, but the distraction kind of kicks up as you kind of look over to the left, and you notice that the Emodrome's eyes are like locked into yours, and it's like staring daggers at you, just like listening as well.
I guess I'll say it. Ymir already knows this part. I am, and he kind of whispers it.
Can you speak up, please?
No,
I can't hear you.
Sorry,
No.
I missed that.
no.
Say again?
I'm only gonna say it. I said it once. I'm not gonna say it
It
again.
doesn't matter if we cannot hear you.
None of us heard you.
Ymir
We
pokes his
don't know
head
what
out
you
of his
said.
coat and says he's a changeling. And then he
Ymir,
Okay.
you kind of tuck
Oh.
back in.
So, what's the dangerous part about being a changeling then?
Yeah, I thought I thought you were gonna say you were like, being hunted, or you were some long lost prince, or
Or you have a demon inside of you?
a
Like,
demon inside
demon
of
inside
you,
of me. Yeah.
or you were being, I don't know, that you could destroy the world at a moment's notice, or
Yes.
No.
I guess that explains why the army captain is under you.
army
Bella's giving you a
captain.
side eye.
Father
You said you were from
Cruz.
the kingdom.
Father Cruz,
actually do know
you
this.
can, yeah, you know this, Father Cruz, yeah. The comrades.
but like, what is the issue with being a changeling?
There's no issue,
Then why is it a hidden thing?
because I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
You
Well,
abandoned
what is-
Prost, didn't you?
What? I
I'm not-
abandoned my post?
Unless you're high up, the army captain would not listen to you.
I guess you can say that.
What
So
were
do you
you,
also have
rebel?
people like looking for you then?
Yes.
Mm.
How badly?
Not badly,
Oh, so
but
like
will be urgent when what's the month called again?
Epoch.
Epoch. I will need to go back during Epoch.
an epoch.
Nine
we
cycles.
We still have some time. Is
But-
there a reason why?
Father
Wait, no,
Cruz,
you already said.
Father Cruz and Ymir. Epoch is the last month that you guys remember Oros speaking about, as far as like that's the last month.
9 cycles.
So do you have any other things that could possibly catch up to you then, besides going back
No.
to your post or people looking for you?
No.
Can I insight that?
Sure.
I'm
I'm
gonna
not-
inside it.
I don't think it's a deception or thing roll on your end or anything like that. Velu, give me a second. Go ahead and roll.
9.
9. Insightfully and respectfully to Dion and Carnelian, Velu, now knowing that they're a changeling, you have confused yourself as far as your like what you've already assumed. And when you like learn this information, a lot of your like previous understanding of what Velu's history was can't tie together with what your knowledge of what they could be like lying or telling the truth now. You have a full blank canvas for Velu now. And when you go to try to insightfully see into them, you have to double guess yourself on whether or not, you know, what it is coming out as, you know, another like profile or version. And you now completely understand that Velu is a master of disguise. Like this is something you're actually impressed with more than you are insightful about. I think you just kind of feel a little bit like almost proud that you got bamboozled for a bit, but the eyes thing is like you know you held on to that and that was the right thing to hold on to. But nothing else otherwise. You see that Velu's face is now just a blank canvas for you to make imagination of.
Cornelia will side-eye Velu and look over towards Cruz and Idris. So, with you two, I already know some things about Idris, but is there anything that you want to mention to the group or things that I may not know of?
Oh, Idris like looks up. Aside from needing to go back to Caldora within this month, and maybe it would be good to avoid Arlusha if possible.
Hmm.
You know, crimes and whatever. But
Yeah.
we might have to go up there anyway, but you might not want me to be there. Or Carnelian.
I mean,
I'm not.
all of these places that we've been to so far are great places for us, but I feel like we can keep our head down.
Mhm. Right. Well, we'll see.
Cruz?
Everyone gave such beautiful confessions, but I have to confess myself. I don't have anybody after me. I've made my peace. The only thing that could really be was my brother. He's had it out for me for a while, but I don't think he would do anything. Maybe throw some insults to us.
No demons?
Only angels.
Have we
Cornelia will
talked-
fucking roll his eyes.
That's so good.
Have we talked
Well-
about your brother?
I don't think so. I mean, we're close as kids, but I left to join the religion. He didn't like that. I put a lot of focus into my religion, and I lost contact with him, which was my fault. And so, he stopped talking to me. I don't blame him for it.
Mimosa, you
Really?
also have never really heard this story as well, just FYI.
Most of knows a little bit, I'll say.
Just
Like,
from what the flashback was in the beginning, but that's really it.
it's not something I enjoy talking about. I mean, we all have our past, our mistakes. Like with Ymir and Fuse was her name, or
Oh.
that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I left him when he needed me the most, and I lost him because of that. That's all there is.
People can't hold grudges forever, right? Oh,
Well, when you can live to be 500, you might be able to.
Really depends on the
Yeesh.
person, I guess.
I definitely have people with grudges over me. I did some really bad stuff.
Well,
And
I
you can
think-
work.
go ahead, Cruz.
I say we can work to make amends. And there is also the matter of Epoch, and Arcanine, something starting then.
Yeah, actually, all of you guys make a nature check.
A nature check. Oh god.
So rare we get to
Oh,
roll those.
God.
15?
13.
21.
Use my inspiration. I'm
Wow.
cool.
Let me know if anybody rolls higher than 21. This is a
Nat
competitive round.
1.
23.
0.
I'm gonna start with Mimosa and I'm gonna go
Nice.
lowest to highest. All right. 19 you said, Father Cruz?
Yeah.
Okay, just missed it unfortunately. Velu and Mimosa get some special intel. Mimosa, you think it might rain?
Huh.
It's really dry out, but you're almost confident that there's a cloud forming above you, and it's just gonna start raining like the next few minutes.
He's gonna look like suspiciously at the sky,
But
like
the most important factor of that Mimosa is that it gets dark when it rains.
and he's gonna pull out his wand and flash the light at himself.
All of you kind of see Mimosa do this. And
You're
kinda
just
look
side
around.
eyes.
Like you guys look up and see like there's a small like little wispy little cloud in the sky that kind of like only goes like maybe like a mile distance, but like this is not a rain cloud.
Ymir will cast light on the wand so it's even brighter for him.
double
But he's
light.
like still side eyeing, like are you good?
Mimosas never looked so serious in his life.
Man's cross-eyed on the wand, pushing it to his
You're
face.
right there, buddy.
I'm waiting.
Ymir,
You know
What?
there's sun still out.
this
Yes, but
is actually a bit poetic too in the way that the roll came for the two highest rolls. Ymir, you know better than Velu, but Velu, it comes out of your mouth first. I'm gonna say what Ymir knows, and then Velu, you're just going to be able to just say this thing because this is also something that you know well too. You know that it is now the month of Arcanine. Like technically, at this point, Arcanine has started. It's early in the phase. The only reason you know this is because the way that the sky and sun are, and also just where your position is, how many days have passed since the last observation of the stars. Very familiar. Ymir, this is something that's very clear to you as well. Specifically because you see the brightest star in the sky in the very far distance. And you know when that star hits the very middle point of the sky and the brightest time of the night, it's theoretically your birthday. And as soon as you think about that, Velu, you know that Ymir's birthday is in exactly 15 days. And like as Ymir comes to say, "Oh my gosh," and say something, Velu, you say it instead.
Ymir's birthday is in 15 days.
Oh my
Your
god, do you remember?
birthday?
Yes.
Huh?
Ymir's gonna bump shoulders with Velu.
How old are you gonna be?
27.
Wow, you're
Oldie.
getting up there.
Don't
Oh.
say that. You've never seen Ymir like this pissed. Don't ever say that again.
Hit the
I
dirty
didn't know
30s.
you were older than us. Than me, at least.
How old are you?
24.
You're saying you're all younger than me?
Are you surprised?
Chris is
Wow.
saying this with sarcasm.
Okay.
Dad jokes.
Well, I hope I age as gracefully as you, Cruz.
Hope so too, but
You look wonderful for your age, Cruz.
Actually, this is an important question for Kat. Do you think like the way that the aging kind of cycle works for Frobolg is like you choose kind of like an age to stop aging at? What age do you think Father Cruz is in his mind? Is he like George Clooney right now, like in that kind of like category right
he's
now?
like 65. If he saw like a hot grandma, he'd be like,
So
if he wasn't a
like,
priest.
Father Cruz carries himself in that nature, knowing well enough he's way beyond in like the years outcoming of many of you. But that age is just a number, baby.
All right.
Right, buddy.
Cornelian is gonna look at the group, kind of like happy that everybody has said their kind of piece on their baggage and like things to expect and whatnot. It brings him a little bit peace of mind, and he'll look out and does anyone want to take control of this cart while I kind of test this power that I have?
I
Oh, do you
feel
want to
like
do
we
that
should set
now?
up camp though, because it's gonna rain.
Mimosa?
I think we're good.
Mimosa.
It's gonna rain.
Let's look out, right?
I'm looking at
See
the
that
cloud.
little cloud?
Wait, hold on.
Little.
Hold
Little
on.
cloud's gonna rain.
Hold on.
Um,
Idris, your liar's elemental, correct?
Mm.
Can it affect the weather?
Good question. No, but no. I can fly though.
What?
Can
Huh?
fly?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I feel like Ymir would know this actually. He never let me inspect his lyre. Could I look at it real quick?
Sure. She hesitantly, of course, hands it over.
Can I make an Arcana check?
Sure. Absolutely.
while he's doing that, Belu's gonna like
Dirty
take out
20.
like Belu's gonna take out a what was it? What was it? A great sword? A great axe?
It was a great sword.
Also-
Great sword? And
Mhm.
give it to either Father Cruz or Mimosa. I found this. Here you go.
The
Take
total
it.
for
I don't need it.
Ymir, your Arcana check.
So
I have
wonderful,
advantage, right?
Velu.
Too, because
Mimosa, would
it's
you
an
like
elemental
this?
thing.
Or
No,
I don't think
like
you have an
sharp
advantage on
objects.
this.
Okay.
You're not necessarily
I
identifying
wanna
the
swing it.
elemental things of it. You're more just identifying the item itself.
how about it?
Um,
I'll
Hey.
take the reins for now.
also, in your Arcana check, are you also investigating its potential?
Yeah.
Okay. In the weavings of gold and silver, gems inlaid into a lyre, strings that are magnificently strung, never fray of rust, of different proportions and sizes that allow the different songs of beautiful incantations to be cast. This Klee lyre, this bard, this instrument of the bards. It's magnificent. Like you look at this thing, and this is like probably the most powerful magical item in this group right now. At least one of the most that you've seen, and you're like looking at it, and like that knowledge of how the gems inlaid and work. You kind of like you kind of twitch your head, and you're like, maybe you see the elemental stones, and you wonder like maybe that's how the power works. I can do it with myself. It's embedded into it, and you start like kind of like taking all this information in. This item would be a viable, source. Like this would be a like ideal like candidate similar to the medallion you have. It has the capability of holding great magical potential.
You see Ymir's face get like the same similar vibe as whenever he looks at any other research items, but then he also looks up at you, Idris, and his face kind of goes back to like how it normally is, and he'll hand it over to her with like a somber smile, like, this is a really, really good item, like really good. Let me know if you ever don't want it. I will use it.
Oh no. With all due respect, I love you, Ymir, but I don't think I could ever part with it. It's
That's fair
gorgeous.
enough. Now, Carnelian, you said you wanted to try something.
Mm-hmm. And Farther Cruise took the leads on it, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Can we just pause for a moment? I want to swing my sword. Well, not my sword. This sword.
Hey, are we all taking a break?
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
Carnelian's gonna hop off the front. I mean, I don't know how this is gonna go, but I mean, those who want to see what this is, I guess we can get a little bit distance away from the cart.
Ymir's gonna scurry over.
Belu is gonna give a thumbs up to Mimosa. Hopefully you like it. Bye. And then
This is
he'll
gonna
hop off.
park the cart.
I shouldn't.
Everybody
I mean,
stop.
Car-
It's
would
already
Carnelian-
happened.
Would Carnelian know the information?
Yeah,
of
you
his-
understand it.
Okay.
Like
I'm
it's
just
not confusion to you. Like this is more just something like you come to understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I fully understand this, so I'm gonna test this. Okay. Now, Carnelian will make sure he's like 20 feet away from the cart, just to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Vilo and Ymir, are the only two that are joining?
Yeah, they're within
Who's wanted to
range of you.
join?
Oh, Cruz wants to
Cruz
join.
wanted to join?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the first time. Won't be the second time.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Idris will stay with the cart.
All right. Mimosa definitely does not want to be a part of it. So, I need everybody who wants to be a part of this kind of stand in close proximity towards me.
Ymir will be like right next to you.
Okay,
Really
you don't
gotta-
need to touch me.
Oh, hand on
I
his
thought
shoulder.
you wanted-
And
Oh.
it. Go ahead.
Belu's gonna be 2 feet away from you.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess it works. And Carnelian is going to cast Echo Shift. And when he casts Echo Shift, I'm assuming everybody is watching. You
Sure.
will see his veins quickly glow a very bright blood red throughout his entire body, kind of lighting up his dark skin and fur, as like these really dark claws come out from his like chest in a shadowy form and pull everybody, including himself, into it in like within like a 6-second window and
This
just
is-
vanishing.
By the way, for everybody that's like involved, like nearby, this is actually like terrifying. By the way, this is like a frightening moment. This is not like a wow, so cool. This is like, oh my fucking god, what the fuck is happening? Very Mimosa level shit.
I feel like Ymir had a smile initially, like super giddy, super excited, and then it dropped
Like you, like I
as he
think
gets pulled in.
the thing that fears like you the most, sorry, not Vel, Ymir. The thing that fears you the most is you feel like your magic being siphoned away as you're going in. That thing that makes you the most scared.
Cruz said his fucking goodbye prayers.
Oh my
And-
god.
Yeah, everybody just gets pulled
Bella,
into
you're
this, like,
stepping
bright
back and you're just
flash of red.
seeing like a horrifying like depiction of like shadow that like you're seeing something crawl from the sand and crawling up onto Carnelian, this glow, the same like interaction, and all your friends just being sucked in. And
Oh, Velu doesn't get sucked in?
you're too far away.
No, he
Got
said
it.
2 feet.
2 feet
Yeah, I
away?
said 2
Were you touching
Yeah,
him?
he's close. He's close enough.
I had to touch him?
I was asking if you were or not.
No.
Okay, I just
Oh.
wanted to
Wants
ask.
to go.
It's different. Where did he touch you? Yeah, you also pulled into this void. I'm gonna shift the scene real quick. You're gonna see the stream kind of freak out.
Freak out.
I never set the scene yet, but now I have to.
Oh my gosh, I'm tweaking.
Wait, we can see things?
On his live.
I never watched it.
I'm tweaking.
Who's not here? Idris, so you're not here. Mimosa, you're not here. And the rest of you are here. Cornelian, describe it. What does it feel like as these people who have now just entered into this shift of yours? Like what kind of crosses into the mind of this area that you control?
The transition from the bright day, quickly, obviously, you get pulled in by these like dark shadows and the like flash of red from Carnelian, but being transferred into this like vortex, it's just dark. It feels claustrophobic as you feel squished through this like. It's not like you're actually being squished through it, but it really feels like you're being squished through a penny-sized hole of darkness with everybody touching each other and being kind of just like spat out, with people spattered kind of within like a 5-10 foot range of where Carnelian is standing, and everyone can look up to see this very dark area surrounding him within like a 30-foot radius. Outside this 30-foot range of Carnelian, it's just pure darkness that you can't see out of. The area around itself is similar with this like dark grayish like sand. It's kind of like a dulled world of what we were just in, as well as tethers towards everyone. It's not chains, but it's like Carnelian's paws and like claws holding each other from, it's just the wrist to hand. That's it. And it's holding each other, and there's hundreds of them kind of like holding together and around you guys into your like chest.
You all arrive in a destination very similar to where you stood. The ground, deserty black sand, a 30-foot radius away from where Carnelian stands, a dark fog and expanse. Familiarity from Father Cruz, as you remember that feeling of being trapped again. And that's a moment that kind of puts that same instillment of fear in you, but also you see there's control from Carnelian. As you recognize kind of this scene, Father Cruz, you get a little nervous, but you see Carnelian has kind of like a prowess and power in here that's not of a, it doesn't seem out of control or even unconscious even. Yeah, you guys stand here.
Okay. It's good so far.
Nothing's destabilized. Carnelian, let's make a nature check.
Okay. 16.
Again, the fog remains. It doesn't creep in like it typically would. It doesn't. The land doesn't like change and shift to different forms and factors. Ymir, Velu, and Father Cruz. As soon as you enter, Ymir, that feeling of your magic being siphoned away fades, and you have your same magical prowess in the standing position. Velu, same for you. Father Cruz, same for you. All three of you being kind of magical beings, you all understand what the Shadowfell does. Shadowfell siphons magic. When you go there, you are powerless in this plane. There's a veil that needs to be cut through in order to use any type of magic or regain it if you're trying to stay in this place. most magical creatures don't make it in the Shadowfell. Place that just siphons and harnesses this energy for its own consumption. As you guys now stand in a plot of land that Carnelian has claimed his own in the Shadowfell.
So,
Nice to see you awake this time.
yeah, I feel a lot more in control this time.
Interesting.
You guys can walk around freely.
We're just gonna look around. So I have my magic.
Yeah, you have your magic. Like at first, you felt like it was being siphoned away from you, like it was being taken from you, and you freaked out. But as soon as you land and you land in the position where Cornelia has set you, you're fine. But it
Do
is
not-
daring.
Do not go into the darkness, or you'll
You-
be left here.
You look over to the distance. There is a dark, like black fog that surrounds a 30-foot radius around Carnelian.
What happens there?
You get left in the Shadowfell. You like these chains that he'll kind of like grab and like tug on a little bit,
You
but
guys
not
feel
actually like
you
moving you.
guys feel a slight pull. It's not like a thing that moves you out of your position, but you do feel like a tether.
If you leave the range of this dark, like if you go into that darkness, my tether fades and you are left here, and I can't get you back.
This is really powerful.
Cordelia will walk in a direction to see if the like fog follows him.
The fog does not move. It stays in its position. As you kind of like take a perspective look of the area, you notice that the center point where you entered is where the radius begins.
Mm.
As that happens, though, Carnelian, Ymir, Velu, and Father Cruz, you turn your bodies to the position where Idris and Mimosa were, and you see their shadows on the ground in those positions, but they do not stand where their shadows are.
It's really creepy.
Chris
And
is gonna go over to it.
yeah, you look over. It looks like it's standing still.
You think if we affect it here, it'll affect them?
Not
Yeah,
sure.
maybe.
Can I make an
I-
Arcana check?
This isn't really Arcana.
Cruz just
Can I
wants to
make an
prank them.
intel check?
I think investigations would be more reasonable. Like this is like you got to get hands on with this a little bit.
Nat
No.
20.
Oh, never mind.
And anybody
Yeah,
else?
No.
30,
I'm
Good.
gonna roll, but
You
I'm
can get
probably
you
not
can get
gonna-
multiple information from this depending on what you're
Cordelia
searching.
will investigate the like shadowy fog as he thought to
Yeah, for
that
sure.
it follow him.
Yeah.
Just a 10.
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. Okay. For Father Cruz and Velu, your investigations in this area, like kind of affecting things around. You kick sand, and as you like kick like this blackened sand, you already take notice that it's heavier, it's denser, it's not filled with that vibrance of life that typically is felt within the material plane. And Father Cruz, you immediately feel disgusted. Like there's a momentary like pause of like nothing passes in this realm. Whatever's here is trapped. If there is life in this plane, it is in misery because it can never leave. And for Velu, something creepy kind of crawls on you for a second. You wonder if like there's like a bug or something or a twitch, and you look over and you see from like where your arm and shoulder was, you see just a small mote of like black tendril just kind of crawl to your side and just wisp away as like a perceptive notice of the area like tethers you again to Carnelian and focusing where he is at. And you seem to like as soon as you turn away from him, it's like hard to like not know where his location is as you see him moving towards the walls. And it's hard to investigate for both of you as you guys are distracted by like a lot of the internal mechanisms of what this place is. Ymir, a natural 20, is there something that you specifically want to decipher about this?
I'm trying to understand if we affect the shadows here, does it have any effect on the material?
It looks like no. as you go and you mess things around, you don't hear anything. You don't like notice like a movement in the shadow at all. You just see that it's existing, and as you go to like try to like move the sand around the area, it just moves normally. You just see that there's a projection of a shadow that your hand kind of moves through. And Cornelian's investigation. Let me check something real quick, because this is an actual observation that you might make. I have to be careful about what I reveal. Okay, yeah. So, with your investigation as well, that same curiosity of like, I thought I could move and move beyond, like I could use this as like a shield of some kind. You feel a grasp of like lack of understanding of this power still, something missing still. And I think with your investigation of the fog, you also notice that as you approach, there's a pair of eyes that stare back at you, and it follows and mirrors you as you walk across the outer border of this area, and it's matching your movement and walk. It gives you a little bit of anxiety, but I think you also understand what that means.
Okay.
It's a dangerous bizarreness that you have acquired control of, and you are preventing things that were here to not be here. So there's a little bit of momentary moment where you realize that that thing beyond is also the same thing that you can bring here and put in this area.
Okay.
Like kind of waiting. It looks like it's stalking them, similar to like how a lion waits in the grass.
Okay. Cornelia will walk back towards everybody. So, I've learned a new thing. This area does not follow me because I'm kind of like taking out a piece of land that to control within this area. That's kind of directly correlated with where I cast the spell. There is a few more things I want to try, but it might be a combat situation, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Cruz will bless. What did he do on this? Three creatures. Cruz will bless everybody but himself.
Okay. You all three are blessed.
And when I do this, I choose one person for this thing to come into play, and it's basically like a shadow that I can like summon behind somebody. So is there anyone that wants to have that shadow spawn behind them?
I'd like a rematch.
Okay.
Ymir and Velu, you hear this and get a little confused.
To my understanding, this creature will attack the closest target. Doesn't matter who it is, it's just the closest. And it will, like I said, spawn behind you. Are you ready? Maybe ready and attack?
Yeah. Father Creed, you can hold an action if you wanted to like attack when it comes.
Okay,
If you want to.
I will.
Okay.
Ymir and Vela, you can too. If you want to like get into position.
You guys can surround it if you want. Kind of like not
Relax.
sure if you're understanding. All of you hold an action to do what you wish, and on your command.
Carnelian, he will use Summon Shadow, and when he uses it, his body will do a quick flash of red, as the red goes from the tips of his fingers, his toes, and his ears, centering to his chest in his body, and pulsing into Father Cruz's chain, a red kind of following through the entangled hands into your chest, and you feel this like shadow go through you and spawn behind you.
A slow motion depiction of Father Cruz's inner dark shadow being pulsed behind them up. This moment of like slow motion as Ymir and Vela, you look with eyes and open wide as you see literally Father Cruz, you're knocked back a little bit as your shadow is separated from your body. And as it occurs, all of you can attack because you held an action to attack it whenever it appeared. You see a depiction of Father Cruz's shadow.
Mimir will cast Sacred Flame.
Yep, you do it.
24.
24 hits for sure.
Okay. What is this thing classified as?
Undead.
Ah. — 11 damage, 8 radiant damage.
Oh my god, you outright kill it. Like full tanked it out of existence with your first. Actually, let's figure this out first. I think it's fine for Father Cruz to like take it out if you guys were also waiting, Ymir and Velu. I don't know if you guys are intending to follow Father Cruz in an initiative order. I didn't roll initiative because I was waiting for the surprise round to occur. But do you both also want to make an attack roll to like kind of do like a big group attack?
It's a dexterity saving throw for it to hit.
Natural 1.
Okay, well, it'd be
Surrounded.
a D8 radiant damage. So
Yeah.
5 radiant damage. But it's
That's-
undead, so isn't that like double?
Yes, because it is vulnerable to radiant damage. And
So 10.
10.
Can't you add bless?
And I think
Oh,
bless is for that as well.
How much for bless?
1d4.
So 9, 18.
Okay.
Wait, right? 18?
Yeah.
9 plus 9? Okay.
Yeah. And then that's great. And then Velu, you also release an attack.
Velu actually does not release an attack. He wanted to observe.
Okay. You feint your attack as you hold it back for a second and you take a moment to like look at this. I'll allow you to make a perception check, I suppose.
Okay.
To see if you can like identify any like things about this. Or if it's not a perception, I will also allow you to make a check to determine like what this enemy is, a strength, a weakness, etc. If you rather that.
What check would that be?
It's not. It would probably be related to your intelligence, depending on what you're trying to find. It's up to you.
Okay, so you remember how Velu sensed that it was like an emotion of something else whenever Carnelian was mad and the Echo Knight appeared in front of him?
Yes.
Could he investigate to see if that thing is still like
You want to see if this is
in
the same
there?
thing?
Yeah.
Like if it holds that energy.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm gonna say that is a make that investigation.
Thank God.
We'll make it an investigation. I think you have to get
Nat 20.
Okay.
Lol.
It's interesting. What do I share here? Velu, in holding back your attack and holding yourself back from also initiating in this combat. Father Cruz and Ymir, you both let off like these powerful bursts of attack. You see that this, whatever the shadow was, is rent and seamed apart in different scatters of energy that just dissipate and go back out of this area. It's a terrible, like, torture of whatever this thing is to be brought here and just be destroyed utterly. And it's almost like saddening to you both of how like fast it was to just disappear in like that radiant burst. Velu, in the small time it was there for that 6 seconds, you saw absolutely nothing about this shadow that was relating to Carnelian at all. You have a sense and grasp of purpose with your natural 20 that whatever Carnelian has just done was summoned directly from Father Cruz. So whatever it was, it used whatever energy Father Cruz had in like against him. This seems to like turn shadows on one another. Nothing relating to Carnelian though. You actually don't sense that same like whatever that entity was nearby.
Okay.
I think that's all you could really gather. And I think you being so close to the fray of the combat, that's what you get. And Father Cruz, in the last stare of this shadowy form of yourself, like just appearing from the ground and like kind of like turning around against you in a slash of big shadow, both of you just send this attack and just it burst apart. No initiative needed. You guys decimate this creature.
Bro,
Well, glad to know that we can easily deal with it. Just in case there was a scenario where it turned on to us.
but just so you know, it's only radiant damage that ever did anything to it.
Okay. I can't do that, but I'd also wouldn't spawn it near me, so. Kind of just like scratch his head and look around the room. Well, I mean, there's two things that I want to try now. And if I need another volunteer for this one to basically send you back while keeping everybody else here with me.
Ymir's gonna look at the others. I mean, I could go.
You want to go back?
Yeah.
Okay. You see Carnelian looking at your chain and kind of holding it as he'll cast Void Scatter.
Ooh, okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Ymir. You can choose to fail if you're trying to like participate in what Carnelian's doing. I'll let you know though, the effect that's coming towards you will hurt you, and also it may fuck up a little bit of like that when you were feeling that power of like having that arcane thing siphoned away from you. That same fear returns in this moment as the wisdom saving throw approaches.
He's gonna try and resist.
Make a DC, make a saving throw.
What do you think?
What's the saving throw?
Wisdom. DC
I got a
15.
19, so plus 120 dirty.
20. Carnelian, you shake the chain, you rip it away from Ymir. Ymir grabs onto the chain instinctually right back at you. Ymir, you don't lift your hand. You just notice that your hand does it. Your soul fights this. As a moment of hand like reaches up and grabs it in fear, your eyes like widen and just shake your head.
Sorry, I guess I don't.
Terrifying.
I don't. Sorry, I changed my mind. I'm really indecisive.
Okay, Vilu, do you want to be it? Because you've not been.
Not been what?
I mean, like, Cruz and Ymir just had their own interaction, so are you okay with being next?
What is this gonna do again?
Send you back. You need to choose to fail.
I need to
Yes.
choose to
Yeah,
fail?
yes, what I'm about to do to you. It's basically going
So
to.
why did Ymir resist?
I
and not want-
don't know.
You look,
Ymir,
Vela,
why'd you-
Vela, you look at Ymir, and Ymir's eyes are wide open and just like But he's like staring and still holding onto it very tightly.
Ymir
Ymir,
Spidey
are
senses
you
tingled.
okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's like when you're drunk. No, like if you're really fucked up, you're gonna be grabbing onto something really tightly so you don't drop it. It's just like I'm good. Everything. What do you mean?
Okay.
Sure, I guess.
Okay. Carnelian will let go of Ymir's chain and grab on to Velu's instead. You said you're choosing to fail?
I never said that, but we'll
Okay.
see.
Okay. Well, I mean, Carnelian will grab it and then cast Void Scatter.
Go ahead and make the saving throw if you want to save.
I am gonna save. What's the thing? What's the thing?
Wisdom.
DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
7.
7?
Yes.
Okay.
Describe it.
The way this looks is Carnelian will shake the chain, and when he shakes the chain this time, he'll have that same pulse he did before as he summoned the shadow, but the pulse will go from his fingertips to his chest, down the entangled chain to your chest as you flash red. And you kind of get the chain like shatters and breaks with different parts of it flying and scattering, going through everybody, and you get pulled into Carnelian's chest.
You fly through the air, Velu, being rifted apart. Again, the slow motion moment of like Velu just being yanked by his chest and like flailing his arms backwards as rent and helpless as it felt before to fly in. It feels even more terrifying flying back. And as you hit the chest of Carnelian, you take. I'm gonna roll this.
Watch me pass out.
You take.
No, there's no way.
It's not. It's fine. You take 3 force damage, and you get shot out of this plane. And bye bye.
Bye-bye.
So
All that remains is you two.
I want to do. I don't know if I need to necessarily do it because you said I understand this, Jacob, but this is
Mhm.
like a player question. What if I void scattered myself? Is that
could.
possible? Okay. And what does that do?
Yes.
Okay.
you could.
Because-
You could definitely. So. This is an out of like in-game moment for Dion. Doing it to yourself also breaks a couple of things for as far as your concentration. Breaking your chains to these people leave them here.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if I could cast Void Scatter on myself and then basically end this thing early.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
If you
Carnelian is not gonna
do that,
this.
the big 30-foot radius wall you have done encloses, and whoever's in here's in here.
Okay, never mind.
Terrifying.
For Cruz and Ymir could see Carnelian like thinking about something, but like shaking his head. That's a fucking dumb idea. Never
that
mind,
would have
we're not gonna do
ended
that.
2 characters very quickly.
Yeah,
I would have cried.
That'd been funny.
Oops.
Yeah,
No,
hilarious.
it wouldn't be.
But funny for you, not for
No.
me.
We get
That'd
this.
be-
We
that'd
get the
be funny for
scene
me,
of
for sure.
Ymir and Father Cruz wandering through the Shadowfell.
Yeah. Cornelia will just kind of like sit on the ground at this point and start cleaning his gun.
Yep. And Ymir and Father Cruz, you're confused.
What are you doing now?
He'll look up towards Ymir. Well, I was gonna use what I just did on Velu to myself to see if I can get us out of here sooner, but that would kind of leave you guys stranded. So we kind of just have to wait it out.
Ymir just blinks. Wait that
Wait it
long.
out.
Like another 4 hours.
Wait,
That's crazy.
you can't leave once you come in.
I mean, yeah, we do leave, but I don't necessarily get to choose when it ends.
Oh.
And
Immediately.
so, we're gonna have to wait 4 hours. But don't worry, because in like real time, it's only gonna be a minute past.
Ymir in the background, like as you guys are talking, the moment you said 4 hours was like he already busted out an entire alchemist supply set and is working on like writing down things in his research book, taking out his empty scrolls that he has, and he's starting to like put spells in them.
As a note for everybody now, just as an acknowledgement, a minute of material time is equal to 10 rounds of combat, like, each 6 seconds, right? That minute is 240 rounds of combat in this plane for the 4 hours. Just FYI. So that minute passes 240 rounds of combat in one round. If that helps you clarify how much time passes every single 6 seconds. So, one, time moves slower in the material. And as you guys sit here and acknowledge these things, take your notes, whatever, Father Cruz, it's at this moment you finally notice that Mimosa's shadow has budged just a slight bit. It's moving slowly.
You weren't wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well-
now you guys have to get comfy. So.
I've been meaning to ask. Last
Well-
time this happened, we were all asleep, but this time we're all physically here. Why did we come this time? Our bodies.
Last time, I didn't know that was possible of me, but I think after that interaction that we had, it kind of awakened something within me to where I can do this fully under my own control.
You also feel like there's still stuff missing as well, Cornelia. Like the wall that binds you. Like there's parts of control that you don't have, the ability to leave. Like there's still like some type of like lack of control you have about this.
I still can't. I feel like I can. Like I should be able to move this dark fog, but I can't. As well as I can't leave whenever I want to. So there's still more to unlock here.
What if you summoned your echo?
Jacob?
Don't know. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, to Dion, anything
Mhm.
you do at this point that's kind of like between like planes causes problems.
Mm.
So if you try to like shift between leaving people behind, or maybe you think it's okay to like go beyond the barrier, or like you try these things, this is all playground for you now. Like this is as much knowledge as you have, and I can't really share what those results are to you.
Okay.
It could be good, could be
Um,
bad.
To my understanding, I kind of use my echo's power to come into this plane, and I'm a little scared to kind of test these other things of like leaving the fog or using that thing on myself. I've realized that that was not a good idea, but like summoning my echo, it's all risky because I have no idea what they do. All these things that I've tested so far, I had a general idea and knowledge that I've like gained with my gaining of this power. So, I mean, I can test it, but it might just be a better idea if I tested it by myself without you guys tethered to me.
Well, we have a lot of time, so guess we can make a list.
I mean, I could send you guys back, or like we can just wait here.
Ymir's gonna shake his head in the background. He has started working on like a new concoction of like he's trying to work on this like water breathing potion that he has like the
Yep.
ingredients for. He's making like he's made 2 spells, one ray of sickness because he had to replace the other one, and then he's making a agonizing scorcher spell scroll as well, and then now he's also working on trying to figure out what schools of magic Emerald could be.
Yeah.
While you guys were
Yeah,
talking, and
plenty of
as
time
you
of
say,
doing this.
I can send you guys back. He's like, nope, don't do that.
Well, it sounds like Ymir needed this time.
Who's gonna use this time to finally pray?
Interesting. Okay. You guys have about a 3-hour mark in this plane. You guys are gonna resolve those things as you go. I'm gonna have you just roll the dice for that now, and I'll let you know how it goes. But we're gonna have that time that you guys are in here actually pass a lot faster than intended, along with any short rest that you also want to take as being part in this place. So, with that, we'll start
Short
with
rest.
Ymir. Anything for the scrolls? As long as you spend the gold cost of those scrolls, I'm perfectly content with you just being able to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the gold cost for? It's level 2 and level 1.
I believe that they're indifferent to like the cost as long as the material is provided. So I don't have that immediately. Let me see that real quick. There's a direct gold cost to spell scrolls. It's in Xanathar's guide, I believe, which is one of the sources we're using. Yeah, scribing a spell scroll. It's a It also costs time as well, Ymir. So like, there's like you can spend a day to do a first level spell, a 3 days to do a second level spell. Like that's still like a transitional thing. So you won't actually finish your second level spell, but if you want to do a first one, I'll allow you to do that right now.
Yeah.
Or a cantrip.
No, first level.
Because- 25 gold pieces.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you spend that gold cost because it goes into the spell scribing itself, then yes, you absolutely can.
And he is not gonna work on the water breathing potion because he doesn't have the ingredients for
Exactly. So yeah, you spend the most of your time is in describing the spell, which you've probably been working on through your whole trip. But this is like a good time to finish it before the end of the day, so you don't have to like cram it all in before you go to bed. So it's an extra 4 hours to your day.
it. And
so
then
much-
he's
so much
also
stuff.
gonna be like trying to figure out what spells an emerald could be in, which I think it's enchantment from what I've tried to search up, but
Yeah, I mean you're using your own interpretation for sure. Make an Arcana check, I suppose.
dude, I keep getting 19.
That's pretty dope. I mean, I wish
And
I was you.
19 plus 23.
23 emerald. It's you actually get a different feeling than enchantment. You get transmutation energy from it, but it's in it depends on the rarity of this emerald, and you understand a little bit about how material costs work. You don't know the rarity of the emerald that you saw previously. I don't know if you took the emerald or not.
No, I never took the emerald.
Yeah, I don't think you
I'm
ever took it.
searching-
You
I'm
you
just
don't
looking
really
up what-
you don't really know the rarity of it. If you knew the rarity, you'd be able to tell a little bit more about like what school would be. But transmutation seems to be the majority school of magic that's associated in your mind with emerald. Enchantment might be, but that might be something more rare.
Upon like learning about transmutation, Cruz and Cornelia will hear Ymir just say "Drat!" and just continue working.
Yeah. Still interesting potentials, of course, but not necessarily something that's the top of your list. It's useful though. Father Cruz, in your prayer, in trying to, I need you to make a religion check with disadvantage. So straight roll up. No, it's no, you don't get advantage on this anyway. So just a disadvantage roll.
I had a nat 20. It's so
It's so
sad.
sad.
A lot of nat 20s today.
9.
You feel the connection, that same sickness in your stomach as you stand in this place for 4 hours. You kick up the dirt, you realize it's dead of life, and that's something that makes you sick to your stomach. In a prayer that goes out, all you can hear is just screams as you wonder how many people have been lost in this place and never found their way beyond.
You're just gonna shake his head and just kind of sit there.
This place is dark.
Place is dead.
Like a club at 4 p.m. And you guys will idle for a while. Velu will come back in a second. And we'll return back to everybody outside if you guys are still alive and well. Sorry for keeping you guys out of the loop for a bit. Idris and Mimosa, you spent some time outside together, once again. And it's about 30 seconds, like of just waiting for a minute. You guys look over in the direction of what thing is there. You see that there is a dark entity standing there that looks very similar to the same thing that freaks you out, Idris. That same echo, and it just stands there. And you see like there's like a tenderly wisp where it stands, and you see from the center of its chest, it just goes. It's like this circulating like void. A little scary.
Could I touch it?
Mimosa, you want to go up and touch it?
He's gonna go over and poke it with the greatsword.
Your greatsword goes through, and nothing happens. It just doesn't affect whatever it is. Since you're not like rearing up an attack or anything like that, it just kind of passes and meshes through, similar like pushing through a curtain.
Weird.
Idris is in a cold sweat.
Yeah, it has eyes and it stares. Not at you, it just stares in a direction.
That is so scary.
30 seconds passes, and shooting out from the chest of this thing right here, Velu, you just fly out and land on the ground.
Oh, I will.
You have nightmares.
Anyways, I don't think it's that scary.
Velu is nonverbal. Velu is, as soon as he gets shot out, he kind of like grows up into a ball, and just a blank face is just seen on his.
It just like hops up from the cart and like rushes over to Velu.
In no
And then
time,
she gets
yeah. As soon as Velo goes, Father Cruz and Ymir, you also fly out. Not taking any damages or anything like that, but you just fly out onto your feet in the positions you stood once, right next to what the shadow is. Just a gut-wrenching feeling, the same way it was described to you before. And then Carnelian, you shift with your echo once again, and you return back to the position you were. Only a minute has passed.
I like to say Mimosa still has the sword up.
Yeah, you haven't even swung the sword
near
yet.
Carnelian's neck.
Okay. What's going
sorry.
on?
I just wanted to see what happened if I touched it.
It's basically like that actor scene where it's in the armpit, and it's like, oh, it's like right there.
You can put your sword down now.
Okay. He's just gonna stab it into the sand.
Yep. It's been a minute.
Velu, are you okay?
What did you do to him?
I'd put him back.
Cornelia,
Are
you look
okay?
over and you see Velu, who's like, the force damage was just because of the shunting from a different plane, but the wisdom saving throw was for the gut-wrenching tear that you just pulled him through shadows. It's just, this dude just went through like that scene where Squidward's falling forever. He just now gets gut-wrenched back here.
Are you okay?
Hello.
Velu's not gonna respond. She's just nonverbal on the ground.
Ymir feeling like quite accomplished. He has like goggles on, and like
Bro has a
he's cleaning up
papers.
his like flask and stuff and putting it back in his bag, and then he takes off the goggles, put it back, so rolls up the scroll that he just got, and he's like, man, that was pretty productive. And he looks over at Velu and he's like, are you okay?
Father Cruz, you are distraught still, because just the pain that's in that area where you've just been brought. Like, it's been 4 hours of just the worst thoughts.
Just will just sit next to Velu.
Are they both nonverbal?
Yeah, a little bit. Cornelian looks fine though.
I quite enjoyed it.
I didn't nothing really happened.
It was really fast. What?
We were in there for 4 hours. So
Huh?
Huh?
What do
only
you
a minute
mean?
is supposed to pass.
4
It was
hours?
like 30 seconds
Ymir's gonna go over and like pat Velu on the back. Come on, buddy, let's get on the cart.
All you hear him say, he's whispering, "Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare."
Ymir's
And-
gonna cast Lesser Restoration.
Yeah, you feel better, Velu, but you can never shake that feeling. It's a confidence to get up, but not a confidence to keep going forward.
Come on, let's walk over.
Melu, you want to know what helps with my nightmares?
Alcohol,
Jogging or push-ups
alcohol.
I think you've had enough
Or-
alcohol.
or alcohol.
You
I
throw
need
up,
alcohol.
Velu. You throw up.
Yeah,
the alcohol that
I-
was in you
I-
just
all
blasts
right.
onto the sand.
Ymir's, Ymir's
Okay.
quickly gonna press a dissertation that.
All
Yeah.
right.
Boy.
Back
This
into the
is why
sand.
you don't need any alcohol.
Mhm.
Prestidigitation it deeper into the sand.
Just so it can't be seen.
And then
Kind.
we'll get back up into the driver's seat.
Yeah, you guys go back to Solaria. We're gonna do one more scene of you guys arriving to Marin's to collect basically your reward and everything else. So, after that we'll close up. You guys arrive. The cart goes back. The Emodrome rests itself in its position, drinks water that's by the area, and you guys see the front door to Marin, who gave you guys the stuff. The door is closed, but the day is setting. It's becoming darker out.
Chameleon will kind of park it in front of his house and go over and knock on the door.
Nothing for the first minute. You try to
Maybe
Give
he
him a
can
minute
hear
before
you.
Ymir's
knocking again.
Yeah.
Ymir's just gonna open the door.
the
Okay.
door is
No.
locked.
Chris is gonna knock really loud on it.
Bang, bang, bang. Ah, Father Chris! Immediate no acknowledgement. You hear a skittering of dwarvish footsteps, rushing over to the door, and a nightgown opens up. Eh! Oh, look at all you fine you points at Cordelia. It's
We
like
did
you
your,
come back. Oh, the stuff's gone. That was
Yep.
quick.
Yep.
Yeah. She rubs his chest. There's hair poking out of the nightgown. Oh, I'm indecent. 1 second, and closes the door.
He'll scratch his head.
Guess wait a
So
minute.
the weather.
2 minutes. In a moment,
Is
you
it
hear
rain?
a few steps. Inappropriate dress, kind of a casual fitting. Marin opens the door once again. It's like, yes, I was expecting you. I had some things set aside that I thought you'd be interested in. I sorted out some of the goods.
Oh,
Yeah, there's lots of history here, and also here you go. And Cornelia into your hand a bag of 100 gold,
thank you.
and that's just the stipend. All you guys can have your pick. Take one of something, and maybe I'll see what I can do with the rest of it. I'll sell a lot of it. I don't use it
I
anymore.
could buy something from you.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to see what you have to offer. He kind of starts guiding you guys inside if you enjoy. Velu, make a insight check.
I don't have the will to live.
Oh,
You don't have to, I
Jeez.
guess. You've
No,
arrived
I'm
in
going
the...
to. I'm going to.
Bro,
No,
you
I'm going to. I'm going to. I'm
Bro
going
just
to.
looks down why?
What's the point?
What's,
What's
the
the
point?
Why are we
You
all
said-
here?
Insight.
Insight.
9.
Same.
You enter. There's a
Thank you.
couple. He has taken the liberty of laying out some stuff for you guys. It is the crate has been opened, and he has laid out things on a table, basically for you guys to look around. And it's a lot nicer. The emerald is still there, present, Ymir. There's gold bars, the mithril armor. There's a battle axe on the table. All of you guys are taking in all this stuff. Who wants to start?
Is that all it's magical?
Looks, yeah. It's very nicely kept.
So I know we agreed to only 3 people taking.
Oh, if
Um,
no, you are all just so kind to do with this for a poor man who just needs some help, and he's a good friend of mine, and he would want me to make sure those who helped him are helped, and that's important. Please,
Help me find the
please.
will to live.
He's a
Oh,
friend of mine as well,
who
by
are?
the way.
Oh my goodness, Leo!
Well,
And like
kind of.
looks
Leo?
over at you, Velu. Leo, it's been so long.
Oh, yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Oh, my
Velu.
friend, and just comes over and hugs
Leo.
you. All of you guys look at Velu, and Velu is in shock.
Oh,
Huh?
Uh, how long it's been since our adventures together. You haven't looked like you aged a day.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yep.
sound a little different too. But I imagine
No.
that's just the age.
so how'd you two meet?
Oh, back in our day, we
Velu's
were great
giving you a
adventurers, weren't we,
Mm.
Leo?
Yeah, Velu's giving you a really hard side eye.
Well, maybe it's another time to catch up for the past.
Oh, please.
Yeah, we
I
gotta
didn't
get
realize that you
going.
were still out there kicking it with the good crowd.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
well, let's
Leo,
go.
we actually need you outside. Do you mind?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
I need,
I'm
to, I need to get
I
something.
still have your sword, by the way.
Oh, what sword, actually?
Oh.
Can I?
You gave it to me to hold
Oh.
on to, and you told me you'd come back for it, and I've been holding on
Leo,
Yes,
to
go
it.
outside.
yes.
Go outside.
No, I want to see the sword first.
No. I need to see the
Well,
sword.
he did ask for him to hold on.
I mean,
Can I get
it's
the
up
sword
to
from
Can I-
you?
you
Can
if
you
you want it
finish
back
this
or not.
simple?
I don't.
Yes, please.
I'll go get it. You take a look, see at what you've earned, because you're still. And just
I'm
walks
still
away.
kicking it, right? Yeah.
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
yeah.
And he leaves the room.
Velu turns to Father Cruz and gives me
Leo!
the stinkiest side eye.
Who is Leo?
Leo's the person that I'm currently, like,
And is the real Leo alive or
no,
not?
Do you have
Alright.
to kill Leo to take his form?
no.
How do you obtain his form?
I just look at them. I can turn
You
into.
look like me?
No. I can turn,
Oh.
I can turn into one of y'all. Like,
You
if I
just
see
disappeared.
someone, I can turn into someone.
Just anybody, as a quick glance, you can turn into them.
Can you turn
Well,
into me and then kiss me? Sorry,
yes,
crazy
and
intrusive thought.
Carnelian, it's more like if I know you longer, I'm able to I'm kind of like if I know the person, then they won't know that I'm a changeling. But if I do a quick glance, then it's gonna mess up the appearance, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So,
Approaching back
Finding
into the
that
room,
out-
it's like, here you go,
Like-
Leo.
Oh my god, thank you.
He brings you an encased sword. It's in a scabbard.
Thank you. I really
It's
appreciate you
nicely
holding on.
wrapped. It has this bandage that goes around the entirety of the scabbard. There's a circular hilt on the end, and it kind of elongates a little bit longer than a scimitar size. It looks like it could be a well-made blade. It's a little inappropriate to open in front of in a home like this. You could hurt somebody, but you don't know, especially since you don't know what it does. So you kind of just take it to the side and hold it for a moment. The rest of you who are looking around is like, oh, don't be modest, please. Take a look at these things. They need use for heroes. Go.
Of course, please.
And the rest of you, except Velu, get to look because technically Leo got something.
Prince wants to look at the armor.
You look at the armor. It is mithril armor. However, there are other things here as well that are of piquing interest to you. Go ahead and make an investigation check. I'm going to have you guys do this individually for each of you.
Okay.
Wait, what are we rolling?
Do you want me to wait?
Investigation?
Or
Wait for your turn. I'm going to go kind of in a rotation for
17.
you guys. 17. Again, the mithril armor that you already knew about. There's gold bars and emerald. So that's all there. Two things come to you and you find these things immediately, kind of in the way they are. The first thing is you find another magical item. On the table is a silver raven, and it looks like a figurine, and it really catches your eye. As well as it's just a silver raven. It's a figurine, and it looks very immaculate and magical. As well as right next to it, it looks like these things have been separated into whose ever stuff this was. It looks like it's been separated into a couple piles. This pile has like this raven, and it also has letters on it. Like it has like mail letters, like folded envelopes that are underneath it, like it's holding down the envelopes. It's like weighing down like a paperweight. And you take notice of this, Father Cruz. You can take the mithril armor, but you do also see these two things.
Wait. There's the raven. What's the other thing?
It's a silver raven, like a figurine, and there's also just letters. It looks like they're envelopes.
And they're together?
Yeah, they're next to each other. Like the figurine is sitting on top of the letters. You can like move stuff around, investigate it if you like still some more.
I like to investigate the raven and what it is.
You can just look at it. I mean, you can use
Or
Arcana
use
to
detect
identify
magic?
it. I mean,
I think
Velu can identify all this if you so desire, but doing
Leo.
it in the house, whatever you want to be today. It's you.
All right, bro.
You.
Oh, that was vile.
This can all. If you guys want to like do a ritual identify on this in this moment, I'll allow
Yes.
that. Okay. Just for the sake of purpose, for you, Velu, make sure you mark off that identify. This is a figurine of wondrous power.
Also, Leo does it outside,
That's fine.
not inside.
This is a figurine of wondrous power, and it's a silver raven variant. And you can investigate that as much as you can. I'll move on to the next person while you do that. And you also have letters that you can investigate. Not magical, but paired with it. I'm going to go to Mimosa. You can make an investigation check.
Swag. We're good at those guys.
That's going to be rough.
I'm not lying. I am lying. I'm a liar.
We have inspiration, right?
You have inspiration to roll
him.
against me.
Oh.
Haven't had to do that very much. You guys have been kind of killing it so
14.
far. 14.
I'll take the raven.
Okay, yeah, you pick it up, and the letters that are along with it, as soon as you lift up the figurine, you notice that there's script on there that you're familiar with for some reason, and we'll go back to you in a moment. For you, Mimosa, your 14 investigation, you see the same things. The battle axe is interesting. You pick it up. It's a magical battle axe. It's a +1/+2 battle axe. But, you know, as soon as you move the battle axe, you also notice that there's other things that are not necessarily magical, similar to how Father Cruz did. But there's two magical items that catch your eye. There's brass knuckles of fire, which is identified. This is not an item that is in, like, D&D, like, Beyond for you to acquire. But basically, the brass knuckles add an additional fire damage to your fists. You also find an amulet of the drunkard.
That's fire. That's
What
just
is-
fire.
What does
Ba-
that do?
Basically, when you drink alcohol, it acts as a healing potion.
I am taking that.
Yeah. You pick that up. You can also pick up as many things as you want, technically, really, in this moment. I know the guy said just take one, but that's up to you as far as, like, if you choose to be only taking one or not. You could take multiple things.
He's not taking multiple things.
Or you can buy the things. That's also valid. Additionally, on top of that, Melissa, on where the brass knuckles sit, where the amulet sits, they sit on top of a map. You look at the map and it opens up. It's just a plot of the northern point near Alusha, and it looks like a very old map of, like, basically all of the north. It looks like it's pre-Arlusha. It's pretty old. Like, this looks like maybe like a planning site for, like, something. You can make a history check on this, I guess. I know it's another intelligence, but it's gonna be really rough.
Being smart's so hard, guys.
Guidance.
I don't think guidance is gonna save that.
Well, if you believe.
The map, just is
7.
unfortunately the map is just a map of the north. It doesn't have anything much more than that. It does help you complete a little bit of what you have as far as like locality wise, but it doesn't have like markings of kingdoms or cities or anything like that. It's literally just like a continental map of like terrain of the north. And you see that there's some markings in some areas, but you can't really make anything out of it. But it is interesting. So there's the map, the amulet, and then the brass knuckles that you see, along with the battle axe that you also managed to pick up. So there's a couple things here. You can hold on and look at that. And you also look up the amulet of the drunkard if you just want to see what that does. Idris.
Melissa's just gonna grab the amulet.
Okay, you grab it. Idris.
Yes.
You kind of look around. You don't really see anything too interesting here for like your bardic powers and such, but I'll allow you to make an investigation check as well to see if there's anything here that kind of tickles your fancy.
I had a nat 1.
Hard to find anything that compares to the gift you just got today from Walter, for sure. All these are like nothing. With a 1, I will say though, you take notice of the same thing Father Cruz and Mimosa see, and you may have an opportunity to pick a second item that maybe someone else wants, but not really for you. You may be able to assist someone in getting 2 items. You feel that way.
Wasn't there that bow on the?
You don't
The
see the
one
bow
thing?
laid out anymore.
I would love to take that map if possible.
Yeah, you kind of look over and you just kind of like look at the plot of the land. I'll allow you to make a history check as well.
Another nat 1.
Double nat 1.
Damn. Fuck.
For, a moment of picking it up gets kind of like distracted, as for a moment you kind of like move the map to the side and look over at what Father Cruz is doing, and Father Cruz has a look of confusion, and it kind of distracts you from the map to go pay attention to them. I'm going to cut away from you, and I'm
No,
going
I
to go
wanted
to
that
Ymir.
map.
You can make an investigation check. The emerald is there if you just want to take the emerald, but there's other things.
Yeah, I got a 22.
Okay.
But
there's the gold bars that were like kind of laid out. Of course, like there's 5 gold bars that are just laying out on the table. There's the emerald, which you already knew about, but there's 2 other things that you take identification of that are really interesting. There's a shard, an elemental shard that is on this table, and right next to it is placed to an ether gem. You've used ether gem before as a previous attempted amplifier, and it didn't work. It just kind of passed the energy through it and never did anything. So not as technically useful, but it's still a rare item. But there's a shard of elemental essence. It's specifically an air shard, and this is very rare. This is like having this is the equivalent of having like a part of the elemental plane in your hand.
Ymir will grab the. He'll grab the ether shard. Actually, he'll look at Bongo. Do you see anything that I could use with this shard?
You can look up the elemental essence shard of air, Nim, if you want to see anything about it, since the identification would work. While we move over to other people investigating, just to see if it will help. Bongo assists you with your like investigation. He kind of looks at you as like, I mean, it could have the good potentials to make a fine amplifier for you, but I understand that. I realize that sometimes magical artifacts can have a bad effect too. I mean, the medallions seem to work just fine, but who knows what else can go into your body? It's very bizarre if you think about it. And you say he starts going into context with you. You guys are actually having an intelligent conversation.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Velu, you hold the sword in your hand. Your identification can identify the sword if you desire.
Yes.
This is Shino Aji, and you can add it to your inventory.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep. You can translate it, do whatever you want. If you want to describe it to your people or anything like that, you can do that at a later time. Carnelian,
Hello.
investigation.
Is it in the D&D thing?
Do I
Yes,
have
it is.
guidance or anything for
Oh.
this?
I think Father Cruz is a little distracted, so no.
10.
10. Again, the gold bars on the table.
Guidance.
Whatever is there. Oh, too late. You already rolled.
Oh,
Wait, you can add it after though.
Before knowing the outcome of the roll.
I thought it was before or after.
You can't know the outcome, unfortunately. Next time. I think you're thinking about the reaction for the newest version stuff, which I would allow, but right now, for 2014 purposes, you have to call it prior. Either way, it's okay. It's enough to get a little bit of information. The gold bars, the same armor, everything like that. You also see gloves that are here. These gloves are magical in nature. These are gloves of missile snaring. Very interesting, and you find an interest to these. But where these gloves sit, where once previously a bow was, has been moved. And I think with your investigation of this at 10, you can't find where the bow is. However, you do see what has replaced it. It is a letter as well, but it's an open letter, and it's addressed to Dolores.
Cornelius not gonna read the letter, and he's gonna pick up the gloves and
Yep.
look at them.
Gloves of missile snaring. You can look at it in D&D Beyond. Should be available. I'm going to go right back around. Father Cruz, letters. Very interesting.
Is it who I think it is?
It's from you. Addressed to.
I know exactly what it is.
And
Cruz
as
will just pocket it.
you take it, pick it up, and put it in your pocket, and your mind kind of wanders for a second, wondering why they're here. That's it. Mimosa.
What's up, G?
You picked up the amulet. You have these other
Yes,
things that are
sir.
kind of been identified around. Everybody's like looking at the same items basically, as Velo kind of takes these items, identifies them, and moves them around in circulation. There's a happy dwarf, older in nature, who's kind of just like enjoying a little smoke. Let the firing raise. They're a little sleepy, like nodding off a bit. Their glasses kind of falling off of their side. The grays in their beard still like resembling a lot of that history and age. They're nodding off, but they're around and like smiling. They seem happy. Are you settling with what you got and not taking anything else?
Yeah, Mimosa's just gonna look at the amulet and feel like trying to put it on. He's never really put on a necklace before.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, it kind of fits the form as magical items do. So as you start to like kind of extend the chain around, it grows in length and width to become the right size. Yeah, Idris.
Yeah.
You grab the map. It's a little confusing, but you see Father Cruz who tucks something into their pocket. So you still have an opportunity to pick something else up if you've seen anything that I've mentioned as interesting.
Just want the map.
Okay, you pick up the map. The map you hold, you fold it and kind of roll it in your hand. You just kind of keep it as a steady pace. Ymir.
Ymir is going to take the shard, but he'll ask the man if he can possibly get the emerald.
Oh, I mean, I had that for a while. That's my emerald, but the ether gem that's there, you can have. That belonged to a friend, and he's no longer. I'm no longer in contact with him. I mean, I make a persuasion check.
Chris help because he wants to buy stuff.
While I'm talking, also I mentioned how I'm like friends with Walter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bring it up, it's like, oh my goodness, what a
Yeah,
crazy world we live in.
I met him when I was really young. I was 14 when I met them. I
he
lived
was
with him for like 6 years.
What a lovely man. He was so young when I met him. and I helped him get to where he was. And when he came back, oh, I heard so many things, so many stories. And what's your persuasion?
Did I get advantage or no?
No.
Okay, it was
He's a little
just
out of it.
Oh, I wanted to help because I want to buy stuff.
You can help, yeah. You can get advantage for help, for sure.
okay.
It's not for the sob story.
Dude, I got the same roll. It's just a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. He looks at you. He's like, I mean, sure. I'm
Thank
not
you
going to
so much.
use it. I can't get rid of it anyways. It's just. Hopefully, it's put to good use.
It will.
Mm.
It will.
I mean, Gale always told me I would get rid of it someday. And then he just kind of like pauses on that. And he's like, I do miss him. And
Who is Gale?
a good friend, a man of true honor, a sorcerer unlike any other. He used that shard you're holding right there.
Where was he from?
Oh, he tells of tales of going across the east and sailing to the west in source of Arcanium during the Arcanium rush. He couldn't find very much, but when he did, he opened up that little shop and he's been running that place in Makodi ever since.
Makodi? Makodi Desert?
Yeah, over in Zephyra. I forget the name of the
Wait.
place.
Wait. You know my god, you know my grandfather?
Who?
My grandfather, Gale.
Gale,
Concord?
he was so nice, yes.
That's my grandfather.
Oh,
I-
man, time
That is
flies.
How do you know my grandfather?
Your grandfather was an amazing sorcerer.
He was pretty nice, yes?
Did you not know?
No, he never told me.
Oh, the adventures he went
Well,
on.
He
Oh,
told me a
you-
lot of stories, but we never believed them. We thought he was joking.
When he found Arcanium, he sold it, and he made a killing. Oh, he was so lucky. And when he did, he said, "Oh, I'm gonna raise a big family, and I'm gonna have
He
everybody." And I heard so
he
many nice
did.
things. Oh,
He
it's
has
so good to
he has a
hear.
lot of grandchildren. I am one out of
I'm so happy he got his dream.
I'm one out of
You
6.
see a tear
grandchildren.
welling up in his eye.
Ymir's gonna go and hug him.
Oh, thank you, my boy.
Thank you. It's nice being reminded of my family.
Oh, apparently there's a lot more tethers here than I thought. And as the time passes, you continue to look around at everything else. By the way, anything that anybody has seen, everybody has seen. This is not like anymore. This is no more like oh, you found what you found and that's it. Everybody has shared at this point everything that they have found in interest to point out things that may be of interest to people. As that kind of goes around circulation, Ymir, you take the elemental essence shard and also the emerald. In Velu, when you take the sword, you don't really have any other interest in things here, but you could theoretically just pick something up, or you can buy it. But,
What is there?
I mean, everything that's already been mentioned: brass knuckles of fire. There's the love letter that was on the table to Dolores.
Let's pick that up. Let's pick that up.
You picked it up? Do you want to read
Let's
it?
read it. Yes.
Can I read it out loud?
Who are you asking?
You have the letter.
No.
Okay, I'll send it to you later.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You picked that up. And Carnelian, you have picked up these gloves. There are still other things around, like the gold bars and other different things. Brass knuckles, very, powerful items here. After
The gold
looking
bar
at,
is a powerful item, or is it
I-
just a gold bar?
I mean, it's gold bars. You could that's the equivalent of buying magical items right there.
Oh, really?
You know what gold bars would do for you.
I guess Carnelian will, he'll ask the man, where's that bag that I mentioned before?
Bag. Oh, I put it to the side because you mentioned it. He like goes over. He just hands you this backpack. You kind of open it. It has multiple pockets on the sides, and as you're kind of like looking around at it, this is a handy haversack that you found. This is also similar to a bag of holding.
Is it in the thing?
Yeah, you can add it. It's a handy haversack.
Um,
Bro,
so okay. Um, I guess Carnelian will. Um, would you mind if I take this
Yes,
bag?
if this is what you want, you may have it. Nothing's in it. I've emptied it all out. You should have seen me earlier when I dumped out so much platinum. I don't know where I put it all away. It's all gone now, but that should be clear of anything, and it's all free.
Thank you.
It's an empty bag. And just kind of waves it. Thought I had it stashed away somewhere else. Yeah, that's the end. The rest of you.
Cruz
Now,
trying to buy. Oh,
go ahead.
Cruz wanted to try to buy the armor.
You want to
If
buy the
he even
armor?
has the funds for it.
Oh!
Persuade.
In conversation, just for the short of the RP, the cost of the armor is very expensive. I'll allow you to make a persuasion check to lower that cost, but I will be reasonable with Father Cruz as far as the cost of it.
Okay. Um, 30.
30. Okay. The 30 total?
Yeah.
This is medium armor, first off, for this mithril. Just FYI, as you're investigating it. This is like a scale mail. Okay? So I don't know if it'll be better than what you already have. However, it does give you that, let's ignore that stealth disadvantage for sure. I gotta make sure this is right. I gotta make sure this is right. Hold on. The original cost of this is 2,000 gold. With your 30, I think I can get it lowered down to 1,000. And I think that's the end of the discussion. Like, no more like counter argument. Like when you're discussing with him, it's like, it's just got so much memory in me, and parting with it's really hard. I mean, the cost for me getting it was more than double what I'm offering you, and you've been so kind of us to here in Solaria, and it feels bad to charge you, but I'd be broke without it. It's the only thing of value I have left from my past.
You should keep on to it.
Yeah. I've been thinking about putting it back on, and I don't fit it anymore. I need to lose weight. He just grabs his belly.
I want to have conversations about your stories forever. Oh my god, I love you so much.
Our
Is that
group
crazy
was
to
a
say?
magical group.
What's it
Traveled
called?
across the lands. Fought evil. Evil! Like Mermaid Man Evil.
What was your group called?
What was it he always said? What did he call us? He had a vision, like our leader. He was a bright furbog. He knew what he was doing, and it reminds me so much of Cruz. I couldn't not stay here after that. So much memories. When he asked me to hold his things for him, I didn't know what to say. When he said that he had bigger things to do, and I'm happy I met such incredible people in my life.
I'm happy to have met you.
He called us the Wayfinders.
Write that down. Write that down.
It was me, Gale, Quaitel, Leo,
Wait, tell.
Lyle,
Oh,
Lyle, and
Lyle.
and Constantine.
Oh, I miss
Wait,
Lyle.
tell with you?
And that's where we're going to end the session.
Thank God.
What's this old man?
Bro, this
Where's
guy
my
has
note?
so much. Bro, he has so much stuff about me. It's crazy.
Where's my note?
Why does he have so
Where-
much stuff about me?
I'll send it to you
Where's-
later.
It's
Which
actually
is chill as
insane.
fuck.
Bro, he has so many things about me, bro.
Bro, it's just
Dude,
an old
okay,
adventurer.
Ymir's already mentioned who Dolores is, I
Wait.
believe. I'm
Mhm.
pretty
Wait,
sure
is it-
Ymir's
You
Dolores Murdoch.
So
Dolores Murdoch is
Jacob's-
Ymir's mentor.
I was gonna
Jacob
say,
said that everybody's information is kind of shared together.
yeah,
so
you guys
would
like
know that I
everything.
saw
Everybody
that.
knows. Yeah, everybody's
Well,
seen it and passed it around. But here's the first thing: you all level up,
Huge.
passing a milestone.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Well, I know who the leader was.
That's crazy, bro.
And with that, we're at level 5. I'm gonna bring back the D20 questions because that's fun.
Yes.
Those are fun.
So you guys get back your little lore questions, and I think this is the perfect time to do so with so many questions on the line. So many mysteries have been brought up, and so many stories have intertwined now at this point. So
Please
You
give
guys-
me a good HP.
yeah, you guys can level up, roll your HP as you desire. Keeping track of it as you do so.
6.
Max HP.
Yes. 6.
I have extra attack
I
now.
finally get my
Bro.
thing.
Level 5 is peak for you guys right now. With your items that you just got, it's gonna be a fun time from here on out.
Yeah,
What's
no,
it called? The
I'm.
Silver Raven?
Silver Raven. The Wonders figurine is Silver Raven. You should check that out. It's pretty good.
I don't know what to say right now.
Wait, I can't find it. What the?
Just look up figurine of wondrous
Why?
power.
I can't wait to turn into 2 items next.
Dude, I have my grandfather's like magical item right now. Like,
Yeah, you have your grandfather's like elemental shard.
Like, and it's an insane thing too. Like, I can fly now, as well.
Fuck.
Me and Idris can fly.
When you do meta magic, you
We
fly.
can fly! Oh my god!
Imagine like the float like upwards for like Ymir before casting meta magic for one of their Magenta series.
That shit would be insane.
That's hovering into the air, eyes
Did you
glowing.
send it to my inventory?
I can.
Yeah, this
I
next
just
boss is gonna be
realized I've
crazy.
been muted and I want to bash my head into my desk.
Yeah, you
Damn.
did not react.
Anyways.
You did not react to that last name.
I'm so sad.
Wait, what was the last name?
Huh?
Dude,
What was the last name?
bro.
Dude.
Who was this fucking old man, dude?
I just doubled
Did-
all
did-
of my
Wait,
attacks.
what?
Did everyone
I
write?
was
Did
zoned
someone
out.
write down?
What happened?
Did someone write
Ah.
down the names?
It's recorded.
Oh, it is
Okay.
recorded.
Thank
Post the
God!
video.
Thank God! I can't
When
wait.
the-
Wait,
When I post the video, for sure.
Ah.
It's gonna be
wait,
a
but
minute.
everybody has the name. Just what was your name? I'm just gonna write it down.
I only have Gale. Well,
Okay, we
Leo,
got Gale,
Leo, Lyle,
Leo, Lyle, Quaitel.
Quaitel.
You're missing one.
Fine. Who
I
are
don't remember
missing?
the last one.
Who's the gatekeeper? Come on.
I'm trying to add an item to your inventory. I'm busy.
Bro, I'm like, I don't even know what
Mimosa,
to say right
gatekeeper.
now, bro.
That's
love letter
lore
to
stuff,
Dolores,
bro.
bro.
I can't just be spilling stuff.
What are they called? The Wayfinders?
The Wayfinders.
Yeah, I already
Yeah.
wrote down the wayfinders.
Put it in my
No.
VMs. I need it. I need
Oh,
a
oh
list.
my gosh, I'm
Well,
geeking
I don't
right
remember
now.
what he said though.
I meant to name.
Listen.
Oh.
Oh, what cat?
Maybe you can use your
What-
D20
what
roll to remember. I
Yeah.
Yo,
don't know.
I'm
And-
sorry.
So Ymir
on.
knows the that the love letter was there too.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy for next session, bro.
Dude, I go from 4 attacks to 7 attacks in a round.
I got 2
Fighter
attacks.
style.
Maybe you have
Also,
7
I
attacks.
also gained 10 feet of movement,
Being a fighter's
I
crazy.
40 feet of movement.
I don't gain anything.
Katie, I have 7 attacks.
Can I want a picture of your sheet, please.
I want
want to see it.
I have
wanna-
my okay. So in my original attack, I would use my gun, which is my normal attack, and then I use my Unleash Incarnation, which is another attack, and then I use my Action Surge to reset that, so I'd get another one and another one. Right? That's what was before level 5. This one, I attack, incantation, reset, attack, incantation once because I have a max of 3, so I have 7 now instead of 4.
Your
I bet-
turn is gonna be
I
so
have Zone of
annoying.
Truth. Well, yo.
I added it to your equipment, Kat. You had the previous rules turned off, which is also the reason why I think that your guidance was bizarre too, because I think you're mixing 2024 rules and
Did you fake it
2014.
for me?
I just did.
Thanks, man.
I'm sorry about that.
Appreciate it.
I know it's
Chat,
confusing. We need to talk
Chat,
about
we
that
has
too.
counterspell.
Chat, we have fireball and counterspell.
It's
Oh,
over.
shit.
Counterspell. It's
It's over.
over for
It's over.
everyone.
It's
You know,
literally
by the
over.
way, for Allie, I thought Allie had counterspell, like for like the engagement they had in the beginning of the session. And I was like, oh, that's gonna make like the fire thing easy too if they just counterspelled it or something, or like the first one, same thing counterspelling. But no, they didn't.
Guys, I finally get gentle repose. We can die now.
I thought bards
Cute.
get it, but they don't. Bards don't get counterspell.
Mm-mm.
I thought they did.
No, they usually get counterspell when they get the little magic, whatever
Yeah.
the heck.
Read
like
the
arcane.
figurine, Cat, and have fun.
I know what it was. That's
I'm
why I
so
immediately
happy with
picked
this
it.
bag.
Yeah, and handy haversack, great option.
What does
Yeah.
that do?
It's basically a bag of holding that holds 120 pounds of stuff.
Can we
Mm.
put people in it?
Yes.
I want to go
Oh,
in it.
I guess not.
Yes, no.
No.
It says that I can, and they can survive up to 10 minutes, and
You-
then they
Wait.
start
I know it
suffocating.
says you can, but if you do it, I will punish you.
Okay,
I'm literally too
understood.
fat to go in the fucking
I already
bag.
gave you a pocket dimension. You don't need to.
Man.
All right. So if you guys have all finished rolling your HP,
Lightning bolt.
how about you guys ask your questions first, then roll. I'll go from
Ah,
whoever
shit.
wants to begin.
Okay, I want to ask,
Go ahead.
Sending.
He's
what
gonna
are-
fucking gatekeep his question.
Hold on.
what? I'm not, what, huh?
Oh,
Hold
used to do it all the time. Campaign 1. I'm sorry, I'm being a hater. My bad.
I'm being a hater. My
Everybody.
bad.
Resentment is crazy.
I'm not
My
mad.
bad.
I'm not mad at you, Kat. I'm proud of you.
So, I want to ask, what are all the items, excluding that the ones we already know of, that guy has that he hasn't shown us?
Ooh, that he hasn't put out on the table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, he had a bow that he hid because. Oh, you know what? Before I share anything further, you know about the bow already. I'm not gonna tell you where the things are, or what they are yet. I'm gonna let you roll first for that. My bad.
I was,
Yeah, I was
My
gonna say,
bad.
I was like,
I
when's
was
he gonna roll? Though?
I was excited
like,
to
"Cat,
share.
when's he
That's
rolling?"
my fault.
I'm
That's
not
my
gonna
fault.
lie, I just shut up and just let him talk.
You're
I was
nodding.
like, "Cat, when's he rolling, bro?" I was gonna snitch. Nah, fuck that.
What the fuck?
No.
Roll.
We gotta be
What,
respectful.
D20?
Roll. Just a D20.
Okay, I want, this one's my fake one, and then I'll do a real one, okay?
No.
Okay.
Yes,
No.
Got it. No.
This don't count.
12 is what I rolled, Jacob.
Yep, I see that. Okay. So the bow you already know of. It was a longbow, but it wasn't magical in nature. It was a broken longbow, if you don't remember. But the string that was
Yeah, the
attached to
string
the
was.
longbow was magical. The string created ammunition for whatever you attached it to. So if you took the string and you attached it to something else, for example, like say your hand, and you put it between your hands, you could shoot an arrow from your hands. So you could hold the string and shoot
Oh.
an arrow from it. Like the bow
would
wasn't the bow would, it just creates magical arrows
Okay.
and shoots them. It was just a cool thing, and it's also just like when the bow broke, people thought, oh, the magic's gone, and it's like, it just got moved to the side because he thought it was just a dumb broken bow. He doesn't understand.
Right.
So, and also, I'll give you a little more information on that. That belonged to Lyle.
Okay.
So
Lyle the crocodile.
Who's Lyle?
Do I get any
Uh,
other items that weren't there?
Yes, there are a couple others. I'll give you 2 more of the items. There's more than that, but there are 2 others. There was another piece of armor that I disincluded at the very end because of the interactions that were going on before. And I was also rolling some checks for. I didn't roll this check actually. This was more of like a choice matter. There was an armor there that was similar to the Mithril armor that belonged to another person in this group. But because I didn't have enough information on Leo, I wasn't able to put it down. So it was basically a magical armor that was similar to the Mithril armor. I don't have the name of it immediately, but it had some resemblance to like samurai armor.
Okay.
So there's that. And then the last thing that you did not get, I put this in the post-game notes because I was worried that I might have to use another item in case y'all stole everything.
Fire.
Hey, it could have happened.
I really wanted to steal.
Hey, man, you still can.
Not that
It'd
person
be
anymore.
respectable and honorable in some way. Yeah, the last item here. Actually, with a 12, I don't think I could share this one with you. This one's pretty interesting. I think the fact that you guys didn't get to see even in the before scene is important. So,
Not even just the name.
can I give you the name? No, because it will reveal a magic item. You can just look it up. I can't do that.
Oh,
I will tell you though what
That's
it
fair.
is. However, it is just a wondrous item. It's not like a armor, weapon, anything
oh
like that.
wow.
It was just a wondrous item. It wasn't legendary. It was just wondrous. Like it was something. There was an item that you have to use. So it didn't get involved because it wasn't able to. I wasn't able to piece the thing together for that yet. But good question for asking what else was available because there were hidden things if you poked around a bit. Those things are no longer
Yeah.
available though, given the next session. So
I
everything's been
noticed
revealed has
that.
been revealed. Yep.
I had noticed that he kept like leaving the area. I'm like, Jacob wants us to look around and like take stuff.
Yeah, I want you guys to investigate things, but you guys are so nice. Anyways, whoever's next, who wants a question? I'll wait.
Does Jacob have a dumpy? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
We answered that
I
last.
think
I'll roll
if
for
you
that
rolled
one.
a nat 1, you'd say yes.
I know.
I keep you anticipating. For
You
sure.
roll a 20, you get the circumference.
Oh my
my hip
goodness.
measurement.
You get all the measurement.
Yeah, you get all
And,
my body measurements.
I
We
feel like
get to
for
see it
nat,
in action.
I feel like for nat 20, you should get like a digital scan of it. I don't know.
If it was a
Yeah.
nat 20, I'm not sending booty pics. That's what you're
Allie,
asking.
Allie,
What?
Allie, and
Yes.
Milton, we should talk about what spells we have.
I'm getting counterspell and fireball.
I
Oh.
grabbed sending.
I grabbed counterspell and sending because I need sending for something.
Wait, Cruz has sending as well. That's a lot of sendings.
Hey, ma'am.
I get sending because of the bird.
Oh, you get it from the bird. Okay.
Cool. Any other questions? You have this moment to ask, and after this moment, it will not be available for you anymore. There's
Yeah.
no asking later. You're all here now.
What exactly can we ask?
Anything.
Can I ask
You-
why
What
Quiz
the-
Ball hasn't responded?
Ooh, absolutely you can. That's a great question.
But this is.
Oh fuck! I should have
What
asked about.
question?
Man.
What's your question?
Is that your question,
What's your
Cap?
question?
Send it to me, Dion.
Father Cruz, do you want to ask why your brother hasn't responded yet?
I got a nat 1, so no.
I didn't even
What do I
see you
wanna-
roll. Were you in stat roll? Yeah. So,
You take that back.
we can't take it back.
You can't even give me any answers for anything.
No, I can give you stuff. It can be
Ah.
misleading too.
You know, I'm gonna ask
That would
it.
have been a great question.
You've already asked, so that's what I'm gonna
Yeah, I already
answer.
asked. It's too late.
Yeah. The reasoning behind your brother not answering you is also because of the reasoning why you showed up in the conversation you've already had. However, you do not necessarily know that he hasn't responded either. You just aren't present to where he's responded to, and you just got back. You haven't investigated anything yet from where you were previously, nor do you know where his intentions lie as far as what his involvement is with the Delicium province. So I think it's just the fact that Father Cruz has a lack of connection with his brother, that him not getting a response is justified. So the answer to you is your lack of relationship has provided you the answer you seek.
Jacob, I have a question
So
just to clarify. These questions that we're asking are when we ask it and the information that you give on that question, our characters will just know it, right?
these are things that you will know as players that you can incorporate to your character's knowledge as you wish naturally. You can just be like, oh, I had an epiphany. Or you can use it literally. Like, for example, what I just told Kat for Father Cruz. Father Cruz can make the assumptions of what they believe and just run on that for the rest of their time. The same thing for your characters, your hunches, if you will. And then
Okay.
for your character, if you believe, hey, there's more items here, let me investigate around, for sure.
Okay.
I have no problem with that because it's true. And the questions you're asking are true questions, that things that you could have figured out. And that the relevancy of like the role is not to like pertaining to if you get information or not. It's relevant to if I can piece it together for you or not. And if the outcome is negative or positive. Whether it's elusive or direct. Anybody else?
No one has a question, then I'll go.
I do.
Oh,
But
oh,
you
go,
can go
go,
ahead.
go.
No,
Go,
no,
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 you
go,
go ahead. No, you go ahead. No, go ahead.
got it,
No,
you got it,
please,
you got
you
it.
go.
No,
I'm shutting up.
Allie, go.
Yo,
Allie,
yo,
I beg.
yo, what is this, bro?
Crash
One of you
out,
all just
crash
go.
out.
It doesn't matter.
Allie, what's your question?
Damn.
Ladies first.
Crystal has decided. See, I
Um,
told you.
Okay, so I just want to clarify because this was like a question that I had, but I was like, I can't really ask this because it won't be answered. But since we're having this little fun little moment, was Laurent the one who sent the sending to Idris for that, like, meet me at, the hometown?
Roll.
Yippee!
Roll.
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 What?
Damn.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's so unfair.
Guys,
That's like
rolling the
3, not 1.
spam roll, not the stat roll. Come
Why
on
are the
now.
good
yeah.
questions getting that one?
Rolling the spam roll.
My question wasn't a good question.
Allie.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to hear it.
What
Yeah, no, your
do I
question was really
say?
good, Dion. Just to be clear.
What
Loki, I might
do
just
I
ask
Please.
like what we're missing.
What do I say?
I got a question if you don't know.
I want to know what
You-
I'm missing though.
The way that a sending scroll works, the way it was sent to you, right? You
Mhm.
know the original source of the scroll.
Right.
So you know it came from Laurent. However, if Laurent was writing that of his own will is yet to be questioned.
Mm.
If Laurent was sending out missives because he was worried, or if he was sending out missives because he was threatened.
Heard.
I think that's all I can give you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to inform you of either side of that because you hit on a nail that is now bent and now is already in progress no matter if you interact with it or not. So, good question though. I
What?
was nervous that you roll high on that.
Oh, I really wanted to because I was like, I gotta know.
You still got that book that you got to deal with.
I know. I haven't even been able to delve into that. I got a fun liar, so here I am.
You're welcome. Zap. Your eagerness.
Can you tell me if there's anything bad going on in the Kingdom of Genesis, particularly pertaining to the king or the queen?
Ooh. Sure. Roll.
I wonder how he's related to them guys.
I'm saying, bro.
You never know.
Bro really
There's
cares about politics.
there's always a trick up the sleeve.
He's
That's an-
actually their mom.
I'm surprised how well Zap's keeping his character together right now. I'm
Okay.
like the amount of stuff he hasn't shared is actually really insane to me. 10 is right down the middle. It would be wise to say that it's never in peace, but ever since you left the kingdom, there has been doubts and seeds that have been planted into the reign of the current rule of Genesis. And because the most eligible lords and ladies that are of the land naturally want to take their positions, there is questioning of the rulers of the current king and queen of Genesis, and uprising could occur from internal to the houses of Genesis. There is
Okay.
potential of that. But also, the House Hastings, who is currently the ruler of Genesis today, they 100% could push out like an order to eliminate a house if they desired. Like they have the armada
What?
power to do so. Like the Hastings house is the biggest house and has the biggest army. Like that they have like a dominant rule of the land. So Hastings can just choose to say, no, you're defying me, you're done. And knowing the king and queen, from what your knowledge is, you don't know how they would react, because the other side of that, for what matters to you and like what Velu is to you, you don't know. There are hidden agendas of each of these houses that hint and allude towards you being some type of casualty in the effort of a war.
Okay.
And I think your question is things happening? Yes. Have things happened? No. It's kind of
Okay.
like there are threats. There are hostile like conversations. It's regality. It's Game of Thrones. Best way to describe it.
Okay. Okay, cool.
That's all I can
Thanks.
really say with a 10 down the middle. It's hard to say yes or no. And then all that's left is Mimosa, or Potato, I mean, and Nimbus, or Ymir, I mean.
I am Mimosa.
Whatever you
Hey,
want
I'm
to be.
Ymir.
Alright. Hit it. Hit me.
I feel like that would
Literally?
hurt.
I mean, maybe.
It wouldn't hurt if
Oh,
Ymir
still
punched.
role playing.
Who am I right now? Am I Idris?
Who
Is
are
this
we,
what it feels
bro?
like? Oh my god.
Bro, imposter syndrome?
Like, what the fuck?
I can't wait to bring someone into my sex chamber.
All right, bro.
Chains and everything, bro.
4
Alright,
hours?
Diddy.
Let me
taking
out!
lights off.
Bro, Cornelian has a built-in Diddy bird, bro. Like,
Bro, that's not a
All
Diddy
right. Oh my
bird.
god.
It's not.
Okay.
Mimosa
Oh my
and
god.
Yo,
We gotta
Yo,
get him away
Ymir,
from
Ymir, I'm
Bongo.
gonna take your question away. You keep bringing up some outlandish shit like that.
bro,
Punish him.
bro, are we just gonna ignore? He said I can bring people into my sex chamber. Okay, bro. Like
I literally
bro,
told him when I was making this thing to him directly that I will not allow you to do that. Like,
Okay, bro.
I won't.
I'm just reacting.
I
I'm
will
just
not
reacting.
allow you to talk about
If
Diddy.
there's a will, there's a way, man.
Dion,
That's
I
crazy.
am.
Aw.
You remember your crash out?
Huh?
Take notes.
Crash out, crash
Huh?
out, crash out, crash out.
Okay, somebody has to skip
Just
a
punish
question.
him away from me, please.
Nightmare,
What?
nightmare, nightmare.
Okay,
Questions.
okay. If you don't have a
Huh?
question, you could ask about like what the last item is, because that's what I was gonna ask. But I'm thinking of other questions.
The last
Like
item.
I have like
That guy had
yeah,
a wondrous
that
item.
Dion
Okay.
couldn't.
Sorry,
figure
I
out.
was
What if
I
it
wasn't
was like
tracking.
really lame?
What?
No,
can
it's
punish
it.
a
It's
wondrous item.
very
Oh, it's a
interesting.
wondrous?
All magic.
Okay.
By the way, all magic items are wondrous items. So don't
I
think
don't
about it in
know.
a different way. Like all magic items are wondrous items. The
I hope
rarity.
it's like the Holy Bible or something.
What if
You
it
don't
was just
know.
like a spoon?
The Holy Spoon.
I mean, it's not. You said it's not an armor or a weapon.
It's just an item.
It's won by one of the members.
Yes. I won't. I didn't tell you the member. So it could be
I feel like
from
it's
any
the
of
main.
them.
I feel like it's the main member, bro. Like the leader.
I already know who the leader is though.
Okay, but did his item get mentioned?
I
Yes.
got no fucking.
Okay, then
All,
never mind.
all items
We
were
still there.
mentioned and aligned with the people who they were assigned to, and I think you guys can piece that together yourself without asking a question.
Okay.
I can't. I'm stupid.
You guys, you can. I believe in you. But go ahead.
I'm trying to think. My brain. I'm just trying to think how to word the question.
I'm like looking at spells right now. I'm kind of like multitasking terribly.
I know, it's hard, but you know, this I don't
Hey,
want to keep
Jacob,
you
what's
guys
your
too long.
question?
My question to all of you.
Yeah. Yeah, roll d20.
Yeah. Ask
Do you
the
want me to roll
questions,
first, or
No, ask
Yeah,
first.
Oh,
Yeah,
ask
ask
first.
first.
in your guys' group chat that you have separate from me, because I know you guys plan and throw it against me, has there already been a
Don't.
discussion on.
We don't have a group chat.
No,
We
hold
don't.
on. We gotta let him roll.
Like,
it-
like
in-
you guys are
We
so
need-
bad at this shit.
Yeah,
Stop
but like
giving
we need
him-
to.
Why you?
Stop giving him
Why are you
answers.
I don't want him to
interrupting me?
waste his. I don't want him to waste his question,
Yeah,
bro.
that's a
Get a
wasted
good
Bro,
question.
because he
I
wastes
was
our
gonna-
questions.
I was gonna
There's
give him
a second
funny
group
I
chat.
was gonna give him a funny answer. I was gonna give him a
Y'all getting
funny
paid?
answer.
Well, now I'm
Y'all
gonna ask
some
something
snitches.
different.
You guys suck at this. Stop
My
ruining his
God.
question.
Okay.
I
Let
don't
him
want him to waste
ask
his.
it.
I don't want him
That's
to waste his
unfair.
question,
Let him
bro.
ask it.
Oh wait.
Okay,
Oh wait.
But whenever we ask a question that could be wasted, Jacob doesn't go, "Oh, don't ask that." Just say, "Roll," and he gives us the information.
Okay, but he's the
Mm.
DM and he knows
And
information.
yes, this is our turn to do it because we know information on the
What the
question
fuck
he's
is he gonna
asking.
ask?
Mitch.
What the fuck is he gonna ask?
Plans.
Let him ask his
desires.
question.
Goals.
Yes, Jacob, we have 40 group chats without you.
I
Every
know.
day we talk about. Every morning we
I
wake
know.
up, we say, "Man, I hate Jacob."
And I'm not just
Every
talking
night
about like a mass group chat where you're all a part of. I'm talking about every message you've ever sent between one another that was separate from me. I don't give a damn if it's like all of you have to be in the same group. I'm sure that Zap and Nim have talked about their characters on the DL about something they wish to do, for sure.
we don't have a group chat.
I'm just
like-
Oh, you don't want to know what I've said. You don't want to know what I've
It's
said.
Idris and Mimosa
know what
have a
she
have a
said.
horny
You-
chat
you-
somewhere in the
You
distance.
don't want to know. You don't want to
Jacob,
know.
go ahead and roll, man.
You don't
got
wanna
it.
know.
Roll. No, ask a new
You can
question.
roll.
This one was ruined.
I didn't get to ask the full question, so now I get to ask the question, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question, in regards to what I've said before, still is the same question, even though it doesn't involve you guys talking about it. All of you can answer if you so desire, or one of you can just unanimously answer for everybody. I don't care. But the question is, in your mind, do you feel as though your character can attain like what their goal is? And also, do you feel as though your story, like your character story, is being fulfilled to a point where you are in a position of moving with everybody? So like basically the question is that, do you guys feel tethered at this point is what I'm asking, and that's my question. Like, do you guys feel like intertwined enough to where if one of you left, it was going to be gut-wrenching and sad?
Roll.
Yeah.
This is how it feels.
Roll.
Oh no.
Roll.
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 I rolled a nat.
Roll.
I'm just
Buddy.
kidding. I'm
Roll
not
the
gonna
one
do
at
that
a
there.
time.
14.
Oh.
Mm.
I guess
You,
we
you
all
guys,
have
let's
to
go
answer
one by
that.
one.
Carnelian
Start at the
feels
top.
tethered, and everybody is starting to matter now after that conversation that was had before.
Next.
All right.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. This opportunity.
Chris is only tethered by one person, and the answer to your question of if he could realistically achieve his goal is no.
Yeah.
Idris.
Why am I next?
Going
Because
down
we're going down the
VC
line.
list.
We're
It's
down.
top
Oh
down,
my
Marco.
God,
Follow the
okay.
trend.
I was looking at
Okay,
the live
stop.
stream.
My
I was
bad.
like, what
My
the hell?
bad. My bad. Okay. Yes and no. So she feels tethered a lot by certain situations. But as we get closer and closer to accomplishing a goal that she may or may not have, I feel like it would be hard to separate, but at the same time she might have to. So,
Definitely a concern.
mhm.
My turn. My turn.
All right, Mimo.
What the
Oh.
fuck?
Cute. Wait, that's cute. I'm gonna call you that. Ymir's gonna call you.
You're welcome.
That's adorable.
Anyways, Mimosa feels tethered. One, because Poppy Cruz, but also because he feels like he has to. He feels like it's not safe for him to be alone.
At least the,
But he also wants to separate because he feels it's like not safe for everybody if he's there.
definitely. I understand. Belu?
Wasn't there two questions?
Kind of.
You forgot
Yeah.
to answer the second question. Potato.
What?
Do you feel
You're back.
Okay.
do you feel tethered to everybody, and also do you feel like you can accomplish your goals?
Mimosa feels like he's never going to accomplish anything.
Fair enough.
First question. Yes, because of this session, he was forced to say something that he did not want to say. So now, yes, he's tethered. And maybe due to things that will occur during the epoch.
The promise is kept, for sure.
Yep.
Um. So tethering like means like you won't leave,
Do you
or
feel intertwined with everybody here to the point where if someone were to like be ripped away from you, that it'd be heartbreaking and wrenching for Ymir, or is it more like the other way where it's like if Ymir left, they would feel bad? Like it's like, is this a group stable enough for Ymir, basically?
I mean, I think Ymir's been in the most groups, but
Yes.
actually, I don't know. Cruz has lived a life though, but for anyone with like a normal amount of time living, yeah, he's been in the most groups, so he would know once he feels tethered and he feels like this is a well set family, and he would be devastated to leave. Um, if anything were to happen, and he'd be devastated if one of them were to leave as well. And for accomplishing his goals, yeah, I mean,
He's getting
yeah,
he's getting a
He's-
lot of progress.
yeah, he's going to accomplish them whether it's true or not.
All right, that was my question. And last is Mimosa and Ymir now, because you guys were happily enough to give me some time, or give yourself some time.
You got anything, Mimo?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I love it. I love it. I love
I
it.
didn't mean it like that. I just said it
I
and I
love
picked
it.
up.
I love it. I think it's a great nickname. You don't got anything?
I'm thinking.
Speak now
Nemo
or
was
never
thinking.
have it
Come on,
again.
Meebo.
I'm
Come
like,
on, Mimo.
So
Okay.
fast.
Nemo, come on.
Okay.
Come on, Mimo.
Okay, guys. This is bullying now.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Don't tell
it's
me.
love.
It's
Don't tell me
love.
it's not.
Okay, shut up.
Come on, Nemo.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Mimosa's old friend on his trail?
Roll!
That was so
Oh my
good.
God. Oh my
Roll!
God. That's a great question.
17.
Yes.
Deserved role?
All right, Mimo.
As we wait.
Hold your horses. I can give you the straightforward answer, or I can give you the detailed answer. I'll give you the option of this because you rolled high. Like I can cut it to you. Like I can do a doctor's approach to this if you like.
He's dead.
Details.
All right. Ever since you left, from that moment, they have always been on your trail. However, engaging with you is also very difficult because you leave no traces of your own and like personal like touches, right? It's never just you. It's something that has occurred. I'll tell you right now, they've 100% picked up the Onkeg trail you left behind.
We gotta get moving, guys.
It's your third wheel arc?
Don't let her know. That's lore. Keep your mouth
What?
quiet.
I'm
That's it.
joking. I'm just joking.
That's
Oh
all I
my
got.
gosh. Yeah, right. As if.
It's Yamia.
Last but not least, what information do you desire?
Wait, guys, what's the next town that we're going to after this one?
We're gonna go to Halabar so that we can use the TP to go to the other place.
What's the most powerful source of magic that Ymir can combine within Halavar?
In Halavar. Go ahead and roll. That's a very good distinction.
14.
Just looking. Combine with. Just making sure that's correct. All right.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I'm looking at the list right now.
He's gonna monkey paw your question. So
I'm not monkey pawing it. I'm actually looking at the rarities.
I was gonna ask about the last item, but imagine if I got a nat 20 for that shit, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, I'll be the team player, guys. Don't worry.
All right, bro.
I will tell you this. I think this is enough on a 14. A 14 is enough for me to give you something. There is a legendary item in Halavar that you could like potentially like acquire. Like that is something that would be in your path. I'm not going to tell you what that legendary item is. However, I will tell you what one thing below that, because I think me sharing with you the most powerful is very interesting. But you also rolled to know the most powerful, so I'm like in a tether of like, if I reveal this to you, this is something that could potentially misguide you, and I don't want that to be the intention. Because what is most powerful is not always the best for you, and also
Mhm.
equivalent of like if someone else has it, it makes it complicated.
Mhm.
And that's the thing I'm dealing with now is the who has it. However, there is a legendary item that is in Halavar. That legendary item is oh man, it's called a sunstone. It's pretty powerful. It's a legendary material, along with another item as well. Both of these items are held by two different people, and they are the only ones that hold these items. So you won't find them unless you find the person in Halavar that has it, which is a pretty bizarre way of looking for it. The other one is Orichalcum. As far as what those items are, one of them is an actual item you can probably find on a spell sheet somewhere for a material component. The other one is an actual in-game exclusive item for this campaign.
Fire.
A holy spoon.
So, and I also, I think with a 14, I can give you something else. That's a little positive. Evocation and Conjuration are the two schools of magic. I'm not telling you which is which.
Evocation and Conjuration for
Mhm.
one specifically, or
One and one is
one
one
on
and one is
each?
to the other.
Okay, that's awesome. I want both of them. I'm killing both of those people. I'm going to take their things.
Good luck.
No.
Yep.
Killing them?
Yep.
No, don't do that.
If Ymir meets them, he's killing.
No, don't do
Reminder to you
that.
guys: a legendary item wielder is the equivalent of like a level 10 character.
Nah, fuck.
Guys, we're not ready.
I'm gonna have to
Ymir
steal it
having
then.
an
Never mind.
artifact in their eye is like
Hey.
already level 5.
Actually,
We are 6 people combined.
5 plus
Yeah.
5
plus
plus
5
5 plus
plus
5
5
plus
plus
5
5
plus 5 equals 30.
I'm gonna
30
throw up.
guys.
Yeah,
I think he means challenge rating 10,
a challenge rating 10 for sure.
which means we would like.
We're challenge rated 30 guys.
No. We're challenge rating 5.
You're-
Each
no,
other.
No,
you're-
no. Combined,
No,
we equal
combined.
30.
If
Lesson
we all merge into one being, our
Updated-
challenge rating would be 30.
updated lesson for you
Yes.
guys. This is a D&D fact for you. The challenge ratings are determined by 4-player parties. So when I say a 4-player party of a challenge rating 5, everybody that is level 5 can fight this creature if there are 4 of them. So technically you are a little bit higher than a typical level 5 like challenge rating right now. You guys would probably be at an 8 or a 7 right now.
We are ready for the
Okay.
final boss
Cool,
of the
cool.
campaign. You hear him, guys?
Guys, if we got
Lock
flash
in.
bombs, we could
Everybody
totally kill them.
lock in.
Flashbang.
Flashbang.
What is
Say
wrong with
cheese.
Cast sunlight.
What are you gonna do? Tie it to his hair?
Bro's gonna pull an Ari.
Bro.
It look
Crazy.
blue.
I wouldn't allow it. I'm just kidding. I probably would. It sounds funny. If anybody had that long enough of hair, for sure.
Oh my
Guys,
god.
you should tie it up
That
in
was
my
actually-
hair.
I'm kind of happy that that question came to mind.
That's a good question.
Wow, bro. Oh my gosh. I gotta kill people now. Jeez, that's
What
crazy.
is wrong with
I
you?
will.
so
I
much
will. I
real.
will also say this too. This is for everybody. It's kind of like a freebie from me because I appreciate you all. But
Now,
the rarest material in this game that you can get, period, is Arcanium. Arcanium is like pure spell slot, and it is a item that you can use for any spell at any time and cast anything with. It can be a level 9 spell, it can be a level 1 spell. Like, it doesn't matter. As long as you know the spell, you can cast it through this material, and it doesn't require you to know, it doesn't require you to have that spell slot available. It's a very
Wow.
powerful item. Like, this is like wish level material item.
is it
Break that
one-time
shit down,
use?
break that shit down.
Yes.
I
It's,
bet people are gambling it away, guys.
the power system in this game for why technology exists is because of Arcanium. Like, there's a whole thing to that. I will let you know this now. Arcanium is very integrated into how the technology and power works in the game.
Mm.
It is
Oh man, it's hiding
very
from us. We gotta
important.
beat him up.
And
Apparently, my grandfather was dealing in that shit.
yeah, your father got a
Didn't know
piece of
that.
Arcanium and sold it to get what he had today.
That is crazy.
You know what's funny? Your grandfather knew my brother.
Your grandfather was
Bro,
part of like the
what
gold
the
rush,
fuck?
basically.
Bro, what the
Our
fuck, bro?
families are connected, dude.
That is so crazy to me. Like,
Those
still,
are-
I will say this, by the way. This is actually really, you know what? Fuck it. I have so much like juicy shit right here. I was putting this all together. I had Marin planned out from session 3. The moment that Father Cruz met Quatel, and the moment that Velu was talking as like Velu Solomon, that was my initials. Like, okay, well, what was this dude's past? And I'm like, okay, well, he was here. I was like, how old is he? Well, he died, so who cares? So put it down, and I was like, well, there's so many other people that were around during that time, and this person's old and a dwarf. They can have as many allies or adventures as they want. It just matters on the timing. So it just kind of fit into those categories as it progressed. And because of how the location worked, it's very interesting why each of you could find like a tether here. And you guys got lucky because literally if Zap, Carnelian, and Idris did not crash out on each other, Carnelian would have never found the poster board for the like actual contract.
We can thank V for being racist.
Oh my god, thank you,
Thank
Veely,
you
for
for
being
being racist. Thank you for
racist.
being racist,
Thank
bro.
you
Thank
so
you
much
for
for being
being
racist. Thank you, thank you,
Thank you for
thank
that
you,
racist.
thank you.
We love you.
Thank you so much, Lulu. Thank you, Zap,
We
Zap.
love you,
Thank
black
you.
man.
We
We
love
love you,
you. We
black
love you
man.
so much.
We
Thank
love
you
you,
for
black
being
man.
racist. Thank
We love you.
you.